Chapter 1401. Under Chu Feng's feet, the 8 trigrams symbols were everlasting. Traces were carved one after another on the ground, as if they were cast from a molten liquid of immortal mother gold, glistening and dazzling. He stood in the 8 trigrams diagram, his body covered in a divine rain of light. It was as if he had walked out from that era, possessing an indescribable temperament. However, he also carried boundless killing intent. Even though his entire body was resplendent, there's also a type of unruliness to it. His killing intent was like an ocean that overflowed into the heavens, instantly cleansing the vast sky. He was originally meditating here and had no enmity with these 5 people, but he was ambushed. Just now, he truly encountered danger, and if he was even slightly careless, he would have already died. Those 5 were all great divine kings, and they didn't conceal their malice at all. They wantonly attacked, wanted to put him to death. Not a single one of you can leave, Chu Feng said coldly. Today's encounter truly made him furious. He stood in the 8 trigrams diagram, intersecting with those ancient symbols on the ground. The yin-yang dividing line and the 8 trigrams diagram were all surging with multicolored light, merging with him. It's a bit funny. Just a single person, yet he dares to boast shamelessly in front of us. You are nothing more than an offering, similar to the 3 animals. The golden-haired woman who attacked earlier was calm and unruffled. She gathered her beautiful hair and spoke calmly. At this moment, she also had boundless killing intent. A strand of blood hung from the corner of her mouth. She was actually injured, and when she was struck by that diamond chakram, it was exceptionally uncomfortable. In that instant, she felt as if the clear sky had fallen and smashed into her body. That was the 33 heavenly artifact. 3 animals, the animals used by mortals as sacrifices. This kind of saying made Chu Feng's eyes become increasingly deep. In that instant, 2 streaks of golden lightning flew out from his eyes, streaking across this space. There was shock and even more anger in his heart. These 5 picked Peaches midway, treating him like the 3 animals that couldn't be forgiven or let go. The silver-haired male among the 5 mysterious great divine kings was astonished. He saw that the 8 trigrams diagram beneath Chu Feng's feet seemed to have life. On the ground, the ancient symbols revived, surging with dazzling fiery light, nourishing Chu Feng's tenacious life force. He had survived the state of death just now, and now he was in a new state of equilibrium. The entire 8 trigrams diagram was actually moving with him as the center. The 5 of them were startled as they noticed the situation. As Chu Feng strode forward, the 8 trigrams on the ground sparkled and moved with him. It was as if he was standing at the center of this world, invincible. The flames in the 8 trigrams danced and flickered. The rain of light blended with him. He was like a god of war who had returned from the immortal fire of the most ancient times, returning to the present world. It's a bit strange. The order within the supreme stone furnace is about to condense into one with him. Not good. Did he obtain its acknowledgement? Is he being nourished by the terrain symbols? The silver-haired male among the 5 great divine kings was moved. He was greatly shaken. It's the sacrificial offering we placed. It's starting to display its effects now, allowing him to take advantage of it. Kill him. Another silver-haired woman spoke. The 5 of them rushed over in an instant and attacked immediately. They wanted to kill Chu Feng. This was not a fair competition. They were here to kill him and steal his fortune. At this moment, dazzling divine rainbows erupted. One of the 5 of them activated a heavy weapon. A great halberd that was pitch black and cold, as if it came from the underworld, hacked towards Chu Feng. The void even split apart. It was as if the gates of the underworld were opened. This great halberd was too heavy and incomparably terrifying. It released powerful energy fluctuations and carried the sounds of ghosts weeping and deities howling. It was extremely terrifying. The corpses of all types of gods and devils appeared in the surroundings. The irregular scene was astonishing. Dang! Chu Feng flung out the diamond band. It smashed into that black, great halberd that was as heavy as a mountain. A heaven-shaking explosion sounded. The entire stone furnace was rumbling and trembling. Endless flames rushed into the heavens, burning the heavens until they were distorting. Because of the intense shaking, everything became indistinct. It was as if it was going to fall down. There was fiery light everywhere, drowning out the skies of the Forbidden Land. In the outside world, everyone was horrified. Everyone stared at the furnace lord in the depths of the Forbidden Land. The scene in that underground cave was too terrifying. Endless fiery light rushed into the heavens, piercing through heaven and earth, burning everything. Even the void was collapsing. Heaven and earth were caving in. It was all caused by the fiery light burning through. It was as if a stellar river had exploded and then poured down in torrents. An expanse of chaotic energy covered everything. The aura of chaos and death covered heaven and earth. Within the furnace, the diamond band seemed to be carrying the heavens with it as it fell. The sparkling snow-white surface carried blood-colored patterns, as well as the diagram of a star and a black hole. Its power was unmatched and boundlessly tyrannical. It smashed down until the dark halberd blade was deformed, as if it was about to snap. The entire great halberd bent downwards. Intense energy erupted. It was as if a mountain or sea dam had burst. It poured in all directions, wreaking havoc under the heavens. Hong Long Long. The great energy explosion continued. Endless fiery lights surged, making this stone furnace restless and annihilating everything. During this process, the other four's fist imprints, heavenly halberds, immortal swords, and other things were all retracted. They only made a single movement, and that was to reach out their hands together, grabbing towards the diamond band. They wanted to restrict it there and seize it. They had seen the fearsomeness of this diamond band. Even the special halberd that had been watered with the blood of Buddha and immortals was somewhat deformed from the impact. One could well imagine what kind of tremendous force it had withstood. In truth, back in a year in the Lesser Eon on Earth, Chu Feng could use the diamond band he had just refined to deal a devastating blow to opponents with a higher realm of evolution. That was because the diamond band's material was too special. As long as a portion of energy was poured into it, it would become as heavy as a mountain. It would explosively increase from 108 kilograms to several tens of thousands of kilograms. One could well imagine the destructive power of throwing it like this. But now, the diamond band had absorbed other mother metals and evolved into a 33 heavenly treasures in the pool of mother metal liquid. It was the rough core of an ultimate weapon. In addition, the amount of energy Chu Feng could pour into it was far greater than when he was still a little cultivator. Its might was naturally immeasurable. Boom! After the diamond band repelled the black halberd, it didn't retreat. Instead, it rotated rapidly. The inside of the ring transformed into a terrifying black hole, surrounded by a sky full of stars. Its extreme speed was exaggerated, and it wanted to suck in the 5 great divine kings. You're quite bold. You want to use a weapon to subdue us. The silver-haired man among the 5 sneered. Hand it over. We'll kill you today and seize your fortune. We'll let you rejoice for nothing. The golden-haired woman who had attacked Chu Feng earlier shouted. They had almost touched the diamond band and were fearless because they were all covered by special armor. Immortals were chanting sutras and Buddhas were chanting all around him. It was as if he had arrived at the pure land of immortals and the kingdom of true Buddhas. There were orchids and orchids swaying, divine birds soaring, and scriptures falling from the sky. Of course, there was also the blood of Buddha and immortals flowing. This divine, yet bizarre spectacle was produced by their armor. It was very enchanting and mysterious. It was so powerful that the flames in the stone furnace that could burn through the void couldn't burn them or destroy them. They only danced around them and roiled with flames. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled violently. The void formed by the diamond band and the black hole formed within the ring were both attacked. Even though it almost sucked in a great divine king and made his body sway violently, it was all for naught in the end. That armor released endless light and did its best to break free from its bindings. Apart from this, the other four great divine kings wore ancient secret treasure armors. They were fiercely shaking the entire space, making the starlight dim and continuously extinguish. Cracks appeared on that black hole domain, no longer pitch black and endless. So, Chu Feng put away the diamond chakram with a wave of his hand. 5 resplendent palms struck out rapidly, causing the space where they were standing to collapse. Under the support of their armors, the place was destroyed. Chu Feng was a bit regretful. He was still a bit lacking and couldn't take away a great divine king. At the same time, he felt restraining fear. These 5 people's abilities were truly heaven-reaching and could fight against him. In reality, the 5 of them all revealed serious expressions. There was shock and awe. The 5 of them took action together to seize the diamond band, but it actually broke free. Kill! The 5 individuals' eyes were like lightning. Behind each of them stood heavenly immortals and great Buddhas. Radiance flourished, becoming more than 10 times more resplendent than before. They raised their energy to the limit and blasted at Chu Feng together. They wanted to kill him in one strike, not wanting to waste any more time. How long? Heaven and earth erupted, fiery light rushing into the heavens. The entire stone furnace surged with chaotic arcs of lightning and order symbols blossomed. It was as if a sea of stars flickered, and then it surged endlessly. However, the 5 of them were alarmed. Then their bodies went cold. In the area in front of them, the 8 trigrams symbols on the ground were all incomparably dazzling. They completely merged with Chu Feng, becoming one and forming a protective barrier. They couldn't break through. Something bad happened. Our suspicions might have already come true. He most likely merged with this terrain and obtained its approval. A silver-haired male said coldly. He was furious and his heart went cold. That was the natural luck activated by the offerings they threw out. It was obtained by that man. Their expressions were incomparably ugly. Just now, it was a land of death, so how did it become a land of protection now? Those symbols were protecting the man in the 8 trigrams. The 5 great divine kings' killing intent was completely revealed. Chu Feng's expression was grave. He didn't believe that this was protecting him. This was a delicate balance. He had temporarily merged with the 8 trigrams diagram and was enduring the refinement. He was also concealed within the barrier of light. It looked like he was being protected, but the situation could reverse at any time. Blast apart this 8 trigrams diagram together. The 5 of us can arrange the innate 5 elements slaughtering immortal domain. The golden-haired woman spoke. Why did 5 of them come? This wasn't a coincidence. Because if something unexpected happened, they could form a special offensive domain. The innate 5 elements slaughtering immortal domain. In a moment, the 5 of them shone. The great Buddha and immortal behind them became increasingly real. Energy surged like a vast sea. Metallic energy tore through the sky. The 5 of them brought the domain diagram and spread it out, merging it with their bodies. They operated the innate 5 elements, slaughtering immortal domain. With me as the spearhead, tear apart the 8 trigrams diagram. I will kill my way in first, shouted the golden-haired woman. At this time, a snow-white sword core appeared in her hand. It was too dazzling. The tip of the sword was dripping with blood. It was bright red and glaring. It was even more sparkling and dazzling than the red corals and blood diamonds under the sunlight. In reality, it was Buddha blood. It looked like it was dripping, but the tip of the sword hadn't dried up for hundreds of thousands of years. It was bright red and glaring all year round like burning magma. The innate 5 elements, slaughtering immortal domain, operated. The 5 of them seemed to have turned into special symbols. They condensed terrifying energy, and then all of it concentrated on the woman. Chapter 1402. The golden-haired woman raised her hand, raising that snow-white sword core. The tip of the sword was terrifyingly red, dripping with blood. With a boom, she raised her hand and hacked over. Countless chanting sounds and the chanting of celestial immortals erupted in an instant. The world shook violently, the starry sky dimmed, and the entire world seemed to have reached its end. Even the flames in the stone furnace dimmed momentarily, as if they were about to be extinguished. The origins of the armor on their bodies were too great. In addition to the eruption of the innate five elements immortal slaying demon domain, it temporarily affected the 8 trigrams diagram. With a crack, the golden-haired woman cut through the light screen like a golden bolt of lightning. She became one with her sword and rushed into the 8 trigrams diagram, directly attacking the enemy. That's all there is to it. Who can stop our footsteps? 5 great divine kings have attacked and annihilated all the deities in the world. Who can fight against them? Who can stop our path? Outside, one of the other 4 people coldly spoke. However, what made their expression change slightly was that when they rushed over, they were once again blocked by the 8 trigrams diagram's light screen. They couldn't charge in. Quick, join hands again. We have to kill our way in. And Meow is definitely in danger. The others shouted. This was because the golden-haired woman and Meow had already gone in first. They couldn't feel at ease facing that dangerous man alone. Boom! In reality, as soon as the golden-haired woman rushed in, she fought fiercely with Chu Feng. With a raise of her hand, the snow-white sword core slashed through the void. In a split second, the two had already collided thousands of times. Sword light was like a rainbow as it shot towards the light screen. It was as if boundless starlight was blossoming, streaking across the universe. At this moment, Chu Feng was incomparably cold. Previously, this woman was the first to attack him, moreover to kill him. At that time, it wasn't convenient for him to get up, causing him to cough up blood. Now, how could he miss this opportunity? Since she dared to come in alone, he would kill her first. However, what was more troublesome was that this woman's armor was too hard. The Vajra bracelet only caused the armor to cave in and didn't destroy it. Sword core, Buddha! The golden-haired woman shouted. When the sword core in her hand dripped blood, deafening Buddhist chants rang out, almost about to shatter the world. Scriptures curled up, engraved in the void. Not only would she cut through all of the enemy's defenses, she would also directly suppress them with scriptures. Go! Chu Feng used the stone jar as a weapon and threw it out. His opponent had a special armor, but he also had an artifact that ordinary people couldn't imagine. The stone jar was simple and unadorned. When it smashed over, the brilliance of the sword embryo was shaken until it dimmed. Unfortunately, in the end, he didn't discover the secret of the stone jar. He couldn't activate its foundation, so it was difficult for him to release the supreme power that belonged to it. Now, he could only use it as a brick, smashing it with brute force. For a moment, the diamond chakram and the stone jar turned into heavy weapons that continuously bombarded the woman. They fought fiercely. The golden-haired woman's expression was unsightly. Even with the special armor on her body, it was difficult for her to take down this man. This made her fearful and anxious. Kill! Chu Feng didn't hold back in the slightest. Golden talismans floated up into appearance between his hands, and his hands seemed to have transformed into a pair of golden millstones. Moreover, they respectively held the body and lid of the stone jar as they smashed forward and pressed down. Chu Feng was shocked. The stone jar seemed to have been stimulated, and it began to emit golden symbols. Back then, Chu Feng had seen this symbol for the first time in the land of reincarnation's radiant city of death. Later on, he found out that the stone jar also had it, and it was even more comprehensive. Now, as he attacked, the talismans of the stone millstones formed by his hands actually resonated with the stone jar. The woman let out a muffled groan and flew out. Her armor was pierced through, and a large amount of armor pieces flew out. Boom! Chu Feng's fist smashed out, striking her until her body bent into the shape of a shrimp. She coughed up blood and flew out. Chu Feng followed up, and with a foot in the air, he stepped toward her snow-white face. The golden-haired woman dodged with extreme speed. Talismans filled the sky as she used a great divine ability to escape rapidly. However, the space inside the 8 trigrams diagram was only so big. Where could she hide to? Bang! Chu Feng caught up to her, and a foot stepped on her shoulder. A crack rang out as her shoulder blade broke. Pain appeared on the beautiful face of the golden-haired woman in Meow. This was truly a bone-piercing pain. However, she still wouldn't yield. Divine light erupted from her entire body, especially her armor that seemed to be burning. Buddhist light shone and Buddhist blood splashed out. She used a wondrous technique, and scarlet feathers appeared all over her body. Countless divine chains of order pierced out, wanting to pierce through Chu Feng. This was the phoenix race's secret technique, and she wasn't an immortal bird. It was only because her race guarded the borders of the Yang realm all year round that they had collected too many wondrous techniques. Unfortunately, even though this attack was very powerful, the effect wasn't great. Chu Feng's wonderful Seven Treasures technique was released at this moment, blasting her away. Her entire body was covered in blood, and all the divine chains of order were broken. It was as if the feathers of a phoenix had been broken. She flew through the air and fell down. "You're only SOSO." Chu Feng's ice-cold voice rang out. Moreover, his hands moved in an indescribable trajectory and slowly restrained the golden-haired woman. He floated in the air and imprisoned her there. Boom! Following Chu Feng's killing blow, the armor on the golden-haired woman's body shone. Her body trembled violently, and she continuously coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Her complexion was pale. "Are you wearing armor refined from the shell of a tortoise with 100 million years of cultivation?" Chu Feng was dissatisfied. He actually couldn't split open this armor. It was truly too sturdy. Clang! He suddenly threw out the diamond chakram and smashed the stone jar at the same time. They were both heavy attacks that blasted onto the golden-haired woman's body. The armor fell off and Buddhist blood splashed everywhere. Even though there was Buddhist light in front of the woman and there was a great Buddha standing tall, she still couldn't block this kind of attack. It was unknown how many of her bones were broken. And meow! Someone shouted loudly from behind. Those four great divine kings actually couldn't completely break open the light screen even after joining hands. They could only tear a corner and couldn't charge in immediately. "You're too weak." Chu Feng looked down on her. The golden-haired woman was immediately ashamed and angry when she heard this. She was a great divine king, so how many people could look down on her like this and say she was truly too weak? But the man in front of her was indeed ridiculously strong. He actually heavily injured her, and not long ago, when she ambushed this person, she was still ridiculing him, saying that the other party was very weak. In the end, everything was reversed. Clang! Chu Feng's continuous attacks caused the golden-haired woman to scream miserably. A portion of her armor was broken, and her right arm was about to be exposed. The flames burned, causing her unbearable pain. And at this time, Chu Feng rushed over like a bolt of lightning, exerting force on her cracked armor. With a pu sound, her entire snow-white left arm was torn off, dripping with blood. The scene was terrifying. "And meow, retreat! We're here!" Someone shouted from behind. The silver-haired man was the first to rush in. He held a heavy weapon in his hand, a black great halberd. It was pitch black, cold, and incomparably terrifying. The golden-haired woman retreated, her body staggering, while the other three people outside also quickly rushed into the crack. Wong. However, what they didn't expect was that as Chu Feng retreated, the entire light screen also retreated. They missed, and the crack was slowly closing. The 8 trigrams diagram seemed to have merged with Chu Feng, moving along with him. "Scapegoat, it doesn't matter. I'll deal with you first," Chu Feng said coldly, staring at the silver-haired man who rushed in. "Not good." The 3 people outside were shocked. They couldn't enter, and the golden-haired woman in Meow was already seriously injured. Could the silver-haired man block that dangerous human expert alone? The great halberd that has even drunk the blood of a heavenly immortal, today, with the soul and blood sacrifice of my race, please revive and kill this fiend. The silver-haired man who rushed and muttered, as if he was carrying out some kind of ceremony, using a special method to activate the great halberd, making it take the initiative to kill the enemy. The golden-haired woman and Meow behind him had almost lost her fighting strength, so she could only rely on him. How long? It was as if an ink dragon had revived. The black great halberd erupted, and several Empyrean figures appeared. This was simply as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, the aura terrifying as it crushed towards Chu Feng. Wong. Golden runes flickered, and Chu Feng's palm shone, once again activating a line of mysterious characters, resonating with the stone jar. Withdraw, Chu Feng shouted. He aimed the stone jar at the great halberd. When a black great halberd hacked down, it directly entered the stone jar. With a pung sound, Chu Feng covered the lid, shielding all of the aura. Just like that, it ended. The great halberd was taken away, and the silver-haired man lost his senses. How is this possible? The silver-haired man shouted. Not only him, but the other 4 great divine kings' faces were also pale. They simply couldn't believe it. Just what kind of background did that stone jar have? Even a weapon soaked in the blood of a Buddha and a heavenly immortal could be taken away. Let's see what you can do after losing this kind of special weapon. Chu Feng roared. He rushed over and attacked with all his might. This was almost a repeat of the battle with the golden-haired woman. Although it was intense, the outcome was already decided. In the end, the silver-haired man was blasted flying, blood spurting out of his mouth as he suffered heavy injuries. Open up for me, the 3 great divine kings outside shouted. They attacked the 8 trigrams diagram with all their strength, wanting to charge in. However, with only 3 people displaying the innate 5 elements slaughtering immortals and demons, the domain wasn't enough. It was difficult for them to succeed in a short period of time. At this time, the silver-haired man screamed miserably. It was because Chu Feng was as swift and violent as golden lightning. He attacked tyrannically, not giving him time to recover, and immediately dealt a killing blow. After several consecutive strikes, all of them were stone jars that smashed into him, inflicting heavy injuries on him. The armor on his body dimmed, and the armor pieces fluttered about. Not far away, the heavily injured golden-haired woman in an 8 trigrams diagram also groaned. She was brandishing her sword, wanting to attack again, but she was struck by the diamond chakram. Her entire body flew out diagonally, covered in blood, and her body almost exploded. An ordinary divine king would have exploded a long time ago, but her strength was too extraordinary. Moreover, she had the protection of the armor, so she was still alive. No! At this time, the silver-haired man screamed miserably. It was because his armor had been stripped away by Chu Feng, and he had already dealt a fatal blow. Pooh! He lost his arm, and then the lower half of his body separated. Soon after, he was struck between his brows by a fist. He disintegrated in the flames and turned into ashes. It could be said that he died a miserable death. A great divine king was destroyed in body and soul just like that. The golden-haired woman and Meow witnessed everything. Her eyes were about to split open, but she couldn't change anything. She was powerless to stop it. She couldn't even protect herself. The human she had previously looked down on actually killed her companion in front of her. All of this was too terrifying, and now, it might be your turn. Open up for me. The 3 people outside were attacking, wanting to enter the 8 trigrams diagram. Chu Feng glanced at them coldly and pressed towards that golden-haired woman. Kill! The golden-haired woman was like a trapped beast, fighting to the death. However, how could Chu Feng give her a chance? He attacked with all his strength, piercing through her. Blood spread out from her body. She was stripped of her armor, her body covered in wounds. Her front and back were exposed, and blood flowed out like a fountain. Chu Feng suddenly raised his hand and restrained the golden-haired woman in the air. Then, he grabbed her snow-white neck and suddenly twisted. With a snap, her neck was directly broken. At the same time, the flames danced and submerged the golden-haired woman. She screamed miserably. Without the protection of her armor, she couldn't block the energy here at all. Her whole body burned in the flames and turned into ashes. Similarly, her body and soul were destroyed. No! Human, you rebels of the Yang realm dare, to kill the noble lady guarding World's End. You're dead. The three people outside shouted crazily. However, what was the use? In Chu Feng's ears, it was like a dog barking. And what's going on? He's becoming stronger? The three people outside were suddenly shocked. At this time, Chu Feng was undergoing an astonishing change. After killing two great divine kings, the 8 trigrams diagram became even more resplendent. Some kind of balance was broken again. He actually received the nourishment of the endless flames of life. His whole body was injected with special golden runes, silver runes, and so on. His body was watered by the light of the great Tao. Was this the nirvana flame? He felt that he was being tempered and becoming stronger. It's the cultivation of Miao and the others. It's the essence of their bodies. Their comprehension, fortune, and so on actually became nourishment to nourish him. The three people outside cried out involuntarily. Was this the immortal 8 trigrams furnace? It could actually be like this. Chu Feng was becoming stronger. He was a great divine king himself, and now he was even more terrifying. He can't be going to become one of those legendary monsters, right? The three people's expressions were extremely ugly. They actually showed fear on their faces. They thought of that legend. Third Sect Master. Chapter 1403. The three were both shocked and terrified. That youth had actually reached this step and was about to become a legendary monster. After all, the great divine king had already surpassed the divine king realm and was the upper limit of this realm. If there was a divine king more powerful than the great divine king, what should they be called? Some people said that this was simply impossible. If there was such a creature, then it would be a deity who had already broken through. But there were also people who believed that there should be such a special individual among the divine kings. Even if they couldn't be seen and had never been seen, there should still be one. What kind of state was that? It should be incomparable and indescribable. It would probably be difficult to find one or two of them throughout history. Those were evolvers that only existed in theory. And now, they were fortunate, or perhaps unlucky, to have witnessed it with their own eyes. That was because they really felt a special aura. It was too exuberant and terrifying. It was about to surpass the threshold and reach an end. The three people's faces were extremely pale. They were great divine kings, but they definitely weren't the ones at the top of the pyramid. They wanted to use this revered stone furnace to achieve their goal. But reality was so cruel. What did they see? Someone had just begun to transform and was about to overturn the ceiling and open up a whole new realm. What else could they call him if not the great divine king? Was a legendary monster really going to appear in this world? This was difficult for them to accept. They felt resentful and helpless. This person had killed 2 of their companions in succession and was destined to be their mortal enemy. But now he was transforming intensely and growing stronger continuously. He had already turned the tables and used the 2 people as sacrifices. A legendary mutated individual, a monster, is about to be born. We run. These 3 people were quite decisive and prepared to flee. That was because they would undoubtedly die if they continued to stay here. There was absolutely no way out. Unless they could kill their way in right now and interfere with Chu Feng's mutation process, they would seriously disturb him and interrupt his evolution process. But they couldn't do it. If they wanted to launch an attack with the innate 5 elements immortal demon slaughtering domain, they would need 4 or 5 people to activate it. Otherwise, it wouldn't work even if they had the domain scroll. The 3 people's speed couldn't be considered slow. They were about to flee into the distance amid swooshing sounds and leave this place. But in the blink of an eye, they were horrified as the terrain beneath their feet changed. Great mist covered them, and they lost their way forward. Heavenly flames swept across and burned the void until it collapsed. Everything before their eyes had changed. Within the stone furnace, hills rose and fell, raging flames surged, and chaotic arcs interweaved. Domain! The 3 of them cried out in alarm, their faces ashen, becoming more and more unsightly. They knew that their way back was blocked, and they had no choice but to retreat. In front of them was a dangerous place filled with killing intent. Relying on the instincts of the great divine Lord, they felt that once they charged forward, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. You still want to leave? Stay here obediently and wait for me to come out of seclusion. Chu Feng's voice came from behind. He took action and finally began to merge with this place. The world pulsed in unison, and it was also because of this that he could use his domain techniques one step further and seal off the path ahead. The three of them retreated and saw Chu Feng in the 8 trigrams diagram. They saw that his entire body was shining with golden light and was submerged in the flames of life. He was exceptionally dazzling, and all kinds of Tao law fragments entangled him. The energy in his body was shockingly dense. They were shocked and angry, but they also felt a sense of powerlessness. They could only watch helplessly as the enemy became stronger, while they themselves would inevitably encounter danger. Time was not on their side. As that human youth continued to evolve, the situation of the three of them would inevitably worsen. Tom was on that person's side. As long as he came out of seclusion, it would be difficult for them to survive. Let's also start. We have to undergo nirvana outside and become stronger. One of them spoke. They couldn't kill their way out now because the path ahead was blocked by difficult domains. However, they absolutely couldn't accept waiting for death. The three of them activated their domain scrolls and constructed a small innate world of 5 elements. They accepted and absorbed the flames of life in the distance to temper themselves. It had to be said that the innate 5 elements slaughtering immortals and demons' domain scrolls were no small matter. Apart from killing, they also had other uses. They truly constructed a small and auspicious world of 5 elements. A portion of the flames of life surged over and surrounded them. The three of them were pleasantly surprised. They sat down cross-legged, and each of them took out a cosmos bottle that flowed with brilliant colors. After opening it, Tao Law fragments shot out and rumbling sounds could be heard. This was an extremely rare and mysterious true blood bestowed by the old monsters of their respective families. It could protect their lives and be used for evolution. According to speculation, there was immortal bird blood and Buddha blood within. They had refined away harmful substances and left behind only vitality. Everything was for the sake of allowing them to undergo nirvana here. And good stuff. Chu Feng was a bit jealous after seeing it, but now wasn't the time to kill his way out. However, he thought of something. There were 2 sets of armor within the 8 trigrams diagram. They were left behind by the silver-haired man and the golden-haired woman in Miao. He quickly found 2 cosmos bottles. When the scarlet and golden blood flowed out, he clearly heard the cries of some ancient creature. It was like the Tao sound of the absolute beginning, like the divine light of the opening of the heavens. After bathing in it, he felt warm. Tao law fragments danced about in the surroundings and filled the air, resonating with heaven and earth. At this moment, the 8 trigrams diagram on the ground became increasingly sparkling and translucent, as if it was formed from molten mother gold. It gradually became resplendent, and the patterns on the ground became increasingly mysterious and unfathomable. Meanwhile, within it, Chu Feng bathed in the great Tao fragments and was nourished by the vitality of the special blood. It was extremely divine and auspicious. The great flames burned, making him look like an immortal human emperor who had been tempered thousands and thousands of times. His entire body was resplendent, and the divine sound of the great Tao rumbled. The scene was astonishing. It was as if he had arrived at the creation of the world, gathering the essence of the primal chaos and 10,000 Taos to refine and nourish an undefeated creature. Chu Feng sat cross-legged within the flames of life. It was as if he wanted eternal life, to be undecaying, to walk towards the end. You sacrificed in Miao and the others alive, and even used the true blood bestowed by their clan's elders. You truly deserve death. The 3 great divine kings outside were resentful. Their killing intent was boundless, but they could only roar angrily like this. They couldn't change anything. This was especially true when they saw that after their 2 companions were destroyed, they left behind traces of their own loss. It was as if their Tao fruits and comprehensions from when they were alive were absorbed by that person. However, the real situation wasn't like this. The flames of life tempered all creatures. Within a certain period of time, even the dead experts were like this. The Tao fruits they left behind would be refined. It was also because of this that Xu Feng comprehended quite deeply during his refinement here. This stone furnace had accumulated the traces of many generations of experts. Now that they were interweaved, even if only a few imprints were left, it was enough to shock the world. This was the essence of the stone furnace's refinement of one's true self. Otherwise, how could one undergo nirvana for no reason? How could one become an even stronger expert after bathing in the flames for a night? Of course, this was also accompanied by a test of death. One's life could be taken at every turn. For example, the balance had changed again now, and danger had arrived once more. Boom! The flames of death appeared and burned Xu Feng, burning him full of holes. Even if there were sacrifices and special blood, he still suffered heavy injuries. But fortunately, he had experience and knew what to do. He instantly returned to the line of balance between life and death. Half of his body was baptized by the flames of life, while the other half accepted the refinement of the flames of death. This kind of quenching and tempering was the true essence of nirvana in the revered one-stone furnace. The vitality of half of Chu Feng's body became stronger, while the other half was dying. Even his soul light was like this. One side was exuberant with vitality, while the other was dim and on the verge of being extinguished. This was the strangeness of the revered one-stone furnace. This was still the initial experience. As the flames grew stronger, an even more terrifying danger appeared. With a honglong sound, the surroundings flared up. Glaring flames rushed into the heavens. This time, it wasn't the flames of life and death, but rather 8 types of flames that submerged the area where Chu Feng was. Even someone as strong as him couldn't help but cry out miserably. He needed to find a new balance, or else he would undoubtedly die. This was a furnace master, not a half-life furnace. The so-called natural luck had to be fought for by oneself. This stone furnace master had never been subdued before, so it was full of variables. Meanwhile, the dozen or so half-life furnaces in the distance had long since been modified and subdued by the flame spirit race. How long? Chu Feng sat cross-legged in the raging flames. Some parts of his body had caved in and dried up, while some parts of his body were suffused with luster. The cycle repeated as he underwent an intense transformation. Hurry, we also need to undergo nirvana. Otherwise, there's no way out. The voices of the 3 people outside were hoarse. They also drew over a portion of the 8 trigrams flames to burn themselves. They were covered in ancient armor, and each of them looked divine and auspicious. After the Buddha blood and heavenly immortal blood on their armor revived, great Buddhas chanted sutras to support them, and heavenly immortals chanted to protect them. An ancient and powerful aura curled about, making it strange and sinister. This was what they relied on. After obtaining this armor, they could survive in the furnace. In the end, they might be able to use this to transform. At the same time, they poured out all of the liquid in the heaven and earth bottle to absorb it. They mixed it with the fiery light to refine their own true souls and precious bones. Chu Feng stared outside with an incomparably sharp gaze that carried fiery light and electrical radiance. His golden pupils were extremely spirited as they swept over like lightning. You all can use the true blood that contains undying matter first. Either way, the meat is rotting in the pot. In a bit, I'll treat your entire body as an offering. These ruthless words made the 3 individuals shiver inwardly. They glared at him angrily. They originally wanted to say some fierce words, but in the end, they only snorted coldly. They originally wanted to find peaches along the way and intercept the natural luck of this human youth in front of them, but now they were targeted by someone else. They completely brought this upon themselves. Chu Feng used the true blood in the 2 heaven and earth bottles to mix with the 8 trigrams flames. In addition to the Tao law traces left behind by the experts who died here in the past, he was simply walking in a swamp of the great Tao. This wasn't only an opportunity, it was also a murderous trap. It was even more a land of destruction because it was very possible that he would be melted inside and become a part of these natural laws. Rumble. The great flames overflowed and the very high terrain displayed its unordinary foundation again. Many natural law traces were about to be burned until they disappeared. The unique patterns of the very high terrain were fully displayed as they burned Chu Feng. This was a great opportunity, as well as a journey of great extinction. One could see that Chu Feng's body had been burned through, and there was a large hole in his soul light. The terrifying 8 trigrams flames were too astonishing. It was very difficult for him to completely find balance. Even so, Chu Feng didn't use the 2 sets of armor not far away. They were left behind by Miao and the silver-haired man. There was Buddha's blood and heavenly immortal blood on them, which could help the wearer isolate a considerable amount of harmful substances. He believed that the longer he persevered, the more he would obtain. The stone furnace that hadn't been subdued was the true location of the foundation. If he were to wear the armor, it was equivalent to isolating certain opportunities outside. He's become stronger again. I'm sure that he really overturned the ceiling of the great divine kings and became a mutated individual in theory and legend. This is a monster. The 3 great divine kings outside were terrified. They didn't have any confidence in their hearts. Even in the midst of the raging flames and chaotic arcs of electricity, they still felt waves of chill. Bang! Very soon, something even more astonishing happened. Chu Feng's soul light and corporeal body were compressed, squeezed out, and refined. His realm was dropping. He's transitioning to the God level. Someone cried out involuntarily and was incomparably shocked. He was really going to undergo nirvana from the highest point. It looked like his realm was dropping, but in reality, his strength and battle prowess wouldn't decrease. It was just condensed, just like refining the 9 revolutions immortal pill. The quality would be even higher. Generally speaking, compressing from the saint realm to the golden body realm was the proper path. This was the proper and strongest path. There were very few people who would walk this kind of path after reaching the divine king realm. Even though it was said that even a heavenly sovereign could have regrets, it was only theory after all. It was too difficult to truly put it into practice. When the 5 great divine kings came here, they never thought that they could actually succeed completely. It was enough for them to explore the path of regrets and be able to increase part of their battle prowess. They didn't dare to have extravagant hopes of completely compressing to the God level. But now, someone was going to succeed. Battle prowess wasn't reduced. Realm was squeezed and condensed. How shocking was this? At the same time, they were shocked to see that the diamond chakram beside Chu Feng was also changing. It shone and was currently absorbing the essence of the 2 sets of armor not far away. The armors left behind by Miao and the silver-haired man were dimming. The mysterious energy was drying up. The Buddha blood and celestial blood were also losing their luster and fading away. The faces of the 3 great divine kings outside were ashen. One had to know that the armors on their bodies all contained rare mother of gold, and there was even Buddha blood and other protection. They were priceless items. But now, the diamond chakram that was being refined was absorbing the mother of gold essence from the 2 sets of armor to complete itself. This was truly world-shocking. It was worthy of being a 33-layered heaven artifact. It was very obvious that the diamond chakram was also undergoing nirvana in this special revered 8 trigrams furnace. It was becoming stronger and reconstructing itself, absorbing all the mother of gold and the essence of all the weapons here. There isn't enough nourishment. I'll go look for some more for you. Chu Feng spoke. He clearly noticed the diamond chakram's changes. It was bobbing up and down in the fiery light, sparkling and brilliant. It was becoming more and more astonishing. Rumble. Chu Feng charging out of the 8 trigrams land and forcing his way towards those three. Yeah, they were shocked. That person actually took the initiative to come out. If it was not long ago, they would be pleasantly surprised and could join hands to kill him. But now, their hearts sank because the other party had tempered and transformed to this point. He definitely had incomparably powerful confidence and wanted to kill them. Kill. The three roared. Rumble. Chu Feng directly took action, specifically targeting one person. He went all out and circulated the robbery induction breathing technique. His entire body was shrouded in white mist, and his power was incomparable to before. He struck out with his most powerful fist imprint. Heaven and earth were exploding, and the fiery light was rapidly dissipated by him, dimming down. Not only did he pierce through the five-element small world, he even made that great divine king spit out blood. His body directly flew out, and then half of his body disintegrated. Then, that half of his body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. How is this possible? This great divine king was shocked. His armor had only been peeled off a little, but that human youth's fist power had already completely penetrated through, almost completely killing him. The three of them knew that they were finished. They couldn't resist at all. Is he going to stand shoulder to shoulder with the freaks of the heavens? The silver-haired woman among the three couldn't help but cry out. Third Sect Master. Chapter 1404. Chu Feng didn't stop. His movements were like a gust of wind, causing sand and stones to fly about. He ferociously pounced over once again, determined to kill them as soon as possible. One long, the great divine lord who had half his body in tatters and was covered in bloody mist roared angrily. He continuously retreated, but he wasn't as fast as Chu Feng and was caught up. Save me. He asked for help from the other two. His eyes were filled with the radiance of a desire to live. He really didn't want to die. After obtaining the great gift of the heavens, his future would be incomparably bright. His future path could be said to be as bright as flowers. Regardless of whether he stayed at the end of the world of the living and acted like a tyrant or entered the heavens, he would have a pretty good future. But now, someone wanted to end his glory, and he would no longer be able to call the wind and summon the rain in the future. One had to know that he was the great divine lord, and he had reached this step with great difficulty. Boom! The heaven and earth were trembling. Chu Feng chased after him. He was like a streak of golden lightning. He was too fast as he tore through the void. His entire body was emitting the unique blood energy of a golden human king. A human king. The great divine lord cried out in alarm. He glared angrily and did his best to resist. However, this couldn't change anything. A portion of his armor had been stripped off his body, and in addition, half of his body had been smashed into pieces. Chu Feng's fist imprint was as vast as the heavens, and it was as dazzling as a sea of stars exploding. The main body of the stone jar separated from a jar, supporting the attack at the side of Chu Feng's fist imprint. That great divine lord's wondrous technique, as well as the power of his arm to block, as well as his protective light screen, were all torn apart. It could be said to be as easy as breaking dry weeds. They were covered by Chu Feng's golden blood energy and pierced through by his fist imprint. Ah! The great divine lord who came from the end of the world of the living screamed miserably. Buddhist light splashed in all directions from the gaps in the armor on his arm. Heavenly, immortal blood boiled, and he used all of his strength to protect himself. However, in the end, he couldn't change anything. In addition, the other half of his body was shattered. The part of the armor that was peeled off was empty, and Chu Feng's energy took this opportunity to completely invade and strangle his body. In a change visible to the naked eye, his body was exploding. That was the great divine lord's blood, and his bones were breaking. This was torture. The other two also attacked, but they couldn't deal any fatal damage to Chu Feng. Firstly, they couldn't keep up with his speed, and secondly, Chu Feng's diamond chakram was revolving behind him. Its power had increased explosively, and it was much stronger than before. It had transformed into a black hole that blocked their attacks. Puff! A flower of blood blossomed between that person's eyebrows. His frontal bone was split into pieces, and his soul light was struck out. Chu Feng's palm swept across the sky and crushed him, directly killing him, killing a great divine king with his bare hands. The eyes of the two people behind them almost popped out of their sockets. At the same time, a chill ran down their spines. Their companion had been killed just like that, without any ability to fight back. This was simply too absurd. One had to know that they were all great divine kings, and they moved unhindered in the king domain. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any opponents. As long as a single one appeared, they should be able to slaughter all the kings. But today they were like clay chickens and pottery dogs, and they were either killed or blown up by others. This was too unbearable. This was especially true now, after that human youth was burned by the stone furnace and transformed a step further. Beating them up was as easy as tearing apart a scarecrow. It was too terrifying. Dang! Not far away, the armor of the great divine king that was killed by Chu Feng completely fell off. He maintained his human form and fell to the ground. The clanging sound was deafening, and sparks flew in all directions. Chu Feng gasped for breath. Doing all of this looked easy. He killed a great divine king in just a few moves, but in reality, he had already exhausted all of his abilities and used his strongest energy. He didn't want to prolong the battle. If he wanted to kill, then he had to decide life and death in an instant. He had to save precious time for evolution. Only by getting rid of these three people earlier could he peacefully undergo rebirth and avoid being disturbed at the crucial moment. Kill! A silver-haired, great divine king lightly shouted. Her eyes were wide open, and determination was written all over her pretty face. Since she couldn't avoid it and couldn't escape, she could only fight to the death. She was going to risk her life. Even though she was a woman, she still held a black heavenly dagger axe in her hand. It was heavy and thick. The sharp edge was snow white, and it emitted a dense cold air. It was incomparably terrifying. Chu Feng moved his body horizontally with his back facing her, leaving behind an afterimage where he originally stood. The space there was even caved in and sliced open by the heavy heavenly dagger axe. Then he faced the remaining two great divine kings head-on. With the diamond chakram in hand, he charged forward and resisted them head-on. What was there to care about? After killing three great divine kings in a row, the remaining two were naturally nothing to worry about. Kill! The other great divine king also shouted. His wondrous technique shocked the heavens. His entire body was covered in dragon patterns, and he released a beam of pung feather light. He soared into the sky and pounced towards Chu Feng. Everything is futile, Chu Feng said softly. His face was cold and emotionless as he fought to the death with them. Inside the stone furnace, flames jumped about, multicolored haze overflowed into the heavens, and energy surged violently. The three of them were like three burning stars, and then they collided intensely, triggering an intense explosion. The void distorted, and then it collapsed. The sound of the great Tao was deafening. Buddha blood filled the sky, and a large number of great Buddhas appeared, suppressing downwards. The scene was terrifying. Apart from this, there were celestial immortals chanting, as if they had arrived at an immortal country. Groups of immortal Tao figures seemed to have taken action, forming imprints together and suppressing towards Chu Feng. I don't believe this can't kill you, that silver-haired woman screamed, her long hair glossy like a wisp of flowing light. Her exquisite and beautiful face was full of despair. She was going to destroy everything indiscriminately, using the forbidden power of the armor. She didn't hesitate to use herself as a living sacrifice, detonating the armor, allowing the ancient Buddha's blood to revive, allowing the remnant souls of celestial immortals to return, using them to kill this enemy. 1. Chu Feng activated the stone jar, using it to charge about, continuously smashing into the armor. In the end, it made those ancient great Buddhas all feel fear, retreating. That group of immortal Tao figures all trembled, their figures becoming indistinct. What kind of artifact is this exactly? How could it be like this? The silver-haired woman screamed, feeling despair to the end. All hope turned to dust. Even the final mutual destruction, the trump card to drag the other party down with her, didn't work. Was she going to fail just like that? Boom! He was penetrated by Chu Feng's fist, and then his temple was smashed. His entire body collapsed with a loud rumble, and in the end, blood flowed everywhere, dying a violent death. Another person roared, soaring into the sky, activating wonderful techniques crazily, but in the end, they were all blocked by Chu Feng's wonderful Seven Treasures technique, and he was also blasted down. Dang! The diamond chakram struck fiercely, smashing into his body. Armor fragments flew off, accompanied by a burst of bloody light. Chu Feng attacked with all his strength, and it didn't take long before this person also died. He was killed by him on the ground, blood spreading far and wide. In this area, exuberant life essence surged violently, and Tao patterns appeared. Just as Chu Feng said before, the meat was rotting in the pot, and the rare true blood prepared by the three of them, as well as themselves, were all used as sacrifices. The 8 trigrams diagram rotated, and Chu Feng brought the tremendous blood essence sacrificial offerings, as well as the 3 sets of armor back into the 8 trigrams diagram. He sat down cross-legged again, starting to meditate. Raging flames throbbed, and divine flames overflowed into the heavens. All types of great Tao symbols were densely packed, surging within the entire stone furnace and surging towards the 8 trigrams diagram. Chu Feng was submerged. He was transforming, undergoing nirvana. His own energy was being compressed, and all types of symbols flowed within his flesh. Unfathomable, mysterious symbols even appeared on his bones. This was the stone furnace. 8 types of flames burned the heavens, calcining the creature within the furnace. It had to be tempered 1,000 times to reconstruct a living body. This was an opportunity, but also a type of torture and cruel slaughter. It was because 99% of those who entered would die. Since ancient times, how many could leave alive? Even the flame spirit race that resided in the supreme, forbidden land didn't dare come here to refine their bodies. One could imagine just how demonic this place was. 1. Chu Feng's body shrunk a bit. He was suppressed, and not only was his flesh and blood rupturing, even his bones were burned and broken. This was the most terrifying and painful torture. He looked on helplessly as his body was burned full of holes. Even his heart had a large hole burned, and blood was flowing out. Even his soul light was burned away from his body, and his entire body was covered in cracks. This was a desperate situation of death. Endure it, charge through it, and succeed. This was Chu Feng's conviction. He had already reached this step, so he didn't want to die in the stone furnace halfway. If he failed on the verge of success, then that would be too regretful, and he would regret it for the rest of his life. 1. The stone furnace rumbled and emitted a glaring radiance. It was accompanied by primal chaos, lightning, and destructive light. Chu Feng's body and soul were almost smashed to pieces, and they were completely ruined. However, at the last moment, the stone furnace gushed out with dazzling brilliance again. Endless vitality filled the air, and it replaced those violent energies and auras. Chu Feng was startled. He recovered in the first instance, and both his body and soul light were rapidly recovering. This is normal. This is the true revered 8 trigrams furnace. There is life and death, refinement and nourishment. The mountains and rivers nurture my body, and the true fire refines my soul. Chu Feng said to himself. He felt that this was the correct path. There was destruction, and there was fortune. Only through such a cycle of refinement could one refine an undefeatable body. Even in the midst of a narrow escape from death, one could still give people a glimmer of hope to reconstruct an undying body. Chu Feng was currently above deity level. After being refined and compressed, he realized a nirvana and was in the realm above deity level. Of course, to be precise, he was at the divine general level. If one were to subdivide the levels between deity and divine king, there was a divine general level realm. He already knew about it in the Little Een realm. Not far away, the diamond chakram was bobbing up and down as if it was undergoing nirvana and evolving as well. It absorbed the essence of the mother metal in the 3 sets of armors, as well as the spirituality of the Buddha and the celestial immortal's blood. It became more and more simple and unadorned. It possessed a restrained Tao aura, and it gave off a feeling of being natural. Chu Feng felt that if he were to directly throw the diamond chakram, it would be able to penetrate the blue dome of heaven and kill various quasi-deities. This secret treasure was becoming more and more powerful and unfathomable. It's still not enough. He still had to continue absorbing the fortune here and undergo nirvana. Half a day later, there were changes in the stone furnace again. Chu Feng was almost burned to pieces. After that, his body was half disintegrated. Finally, the stone furnace gushed out with dazzling brilliance again, and vitality filled the air. This time, Chu Feng underwent nirvana and reached the divine level. On the surface, his realm had dropped, but his own strength hadn't. His Tao fruit was even more condensed. From a certain perspective, his potential was even greater. How strong would he be when he recovered to the divine king realm? There are quite a lot of sacrifices here. The true blood prepared by the 5 of them is too special. After I undergo nirvana here, I can still return to the divine king realm. Will I still be a great divine king at that time? Chu Feng had doubts. The great divine king realm was the endpoint of the divine king realm. This nirvana, he squeezed himself dry, condensed his Tao fruit, and then returned. What should he be called after he lifted the ceiling? After a night, Chu Feng's entire body was shining with dazzling golden light. After that, he disintegrated with a loud rumble. His head separated, his bones scattered, and his flesh and blood fell to the ground. His soul light was even more fragmented, and he was practically stepping into death. However, he finally endured it. At the final moment, dazzling multicolored light reappeared. Vitality was nourished, and the time for the mountains and rivers to nurture his body had arrived again. He was undergoing nirvana, and his Tao fruit was compressed to the illumination realm. His corporeal body recovered, and after his soul light transformed, his entire body was in good condition. He was full of essence, energy, and spirit. The instant he opened his eyes, golden light shot out in all directions, and his fiery eyes emitted a large expanse of runes. It was terrifying and astonishing. Was this considered perfection? Chu Feng successfully refined himself into a lower deity from the great divine king realm. His Tao fruit was compressed to the illumination realm, and the blood chi around him was like a rainbow as it was condensed to the extreme. His golden blood was about to transform, and he was about to realize the transformation of the 3rd transformation of the human monarch realm. He possessed blue blood during the 1st transformation of the human monarch realm, and golden blood during the 2nd transformation. What would happen during the 3rd transformation? His corporeal body and soul light were both strong to the extreme, and he had to become even stronger if he wanted to evolve another level. At the same time, his eyes were boundlessly terrifying. Tao patterns flickered as they opened and closed, and golden runes were densely covered in them. His gaze alone could kill his enemies. On the other side, the diamond chakram was bobbing up and down as it absorbed the essence of a few sets of armors cleanly. Chu Feng got up and walked around in the stone furnace. At this stage, he could no longer compress his Tao fruit from the lesser netherworld anymore, as he had reached the extreme. The diamond chakram is even stronger now. Can it injure a celestial venerable? He was very astonished. The secret treasure had grown with him, and his weapon was strong to this extent. By right, he himself should also have this kind of might. Chu Feng searched around here and observed carefully. After all, too many powerhouses had come since ancient times. They didn't believe in heresy and wanted to undergo nirvana here. Perhaps they had left behind some traces. Sure enough, he saw individual stone carvings. Those who could leave their words here were definitely figures who were glorious in ancient history. Only like this could there be indelible carvings. Some people were regretting, and some were grieving because they had all failed. There were also madmen cursing and madmen deducing all kinds of things. They believed that this place was inauspicious and couldn't undergo nirvana at all. At the same time, Chu Feng saw a special record. I want to become a hung king. Upon closer inspection, Chu Feng realized something. In theory, there might be a hung king who surpassed the great divine king and surpassed the great divine king. But no one knew whether or not one could reach that step, and many people thought it couldn't be realized because there had never been an actual example. Some people speculated that there might have been individual mutations. One or two creatures had succeeded in the ancient river of time, but they hid the truth and didn't expose themselves. I want to become a hung king, Chu Feng said softly. His eyes were resplendent, and his expression became more and more resolute. A hung king might be able to kill an Empyrean. This was his guess. Otherwise, why would it be so special? Chu Feng was trying to recover his divine king status here. He wanted to see if he could become a hung king. A special sound could be heard. A weak flame flickered at the bottom of the stone furnace, but Chu Feng was horrified. He trembled all over and felt his fine hairs stand on end. Legend has it that the revered 8 trigrams furnace nurtured an unmatched flame from beyond the 33 heavens. Is this true? Is it going to come out? Chu Feng was shocked and prepared for battle. Moreover, he immediately activated the diamond chakram. If he had this flame, he would naturally refine his own weapon. At the same time, he took out the purple gold furnace he had put away earlier to use as nourishment for the diamond chakram. This was an imitation of a Yuan clan's human king furnace. To be more precise, it was refined from the leftover materials of the original human king furnace. However, it was the genuine purple manor mother gold. Rustling sounds could be heard. The dim flame flickered and was about to completely emerge. At this moment, the stone jar unexpectedly moved and released a sparkling luster. This left Chu Feng greatly alarmed. What kind of thing was it? What kind of flame was going to come out? Third Sect Master. Chapter 1405. Even a stone jar moved. This was a rare occurrence. It was ringing softly and releasing a slight trembling sound. It actually had this kind of special reaction. Chu Feng realized that the problem was great. Something terrifying and shocking was about to happen. He held his breath and concentrated. His eyes surged with flames and golden symbols shone resplendently. He didn't dare miss any movement as he stared at the bottom of the stone furnace. The flames were like a sea and immortal light surged. The entire stone furnace was accompanied by the great Tao's divine sound and order symbols. Moreover, the sun, moon, and stars appeared in the stone furnace. There were scarlet and deep purple stars rumbling as they rotated. The rumbling sounds were deafening. It's coming out. Chu Feng's pupils contracted as he stared forward. Accompanied by rustling sounds, 2 hazy spheres of light appeared together. They were tangling with each other and devouring each other. The scene was too terrifying. One sphere of light disintegrated space and melted heaven and earth. It was as if the entire world was going to be split apart, crushed into pieces and split into the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Meanwhile, the other sphere of light was accompanied by a rain of light. This was the accumulation of time and the power of time. It was as if it was going to burn down the endless river of time. What kind of strange sphere of light was this? The 2 spheres of light tangled with each other, as if they were opposing each other, but also like 2 sides of the same body. They were originally separated by a main body. This is the supreme flame from beyond the 33 heavens. Chu Feng was astonished as he locked onto the area in front of him. He held the stone jar in his hand. His body was taut, and he was on guard. It was rumored that the flames fell from beyond the heavens and created the entire revered 8 trigrams furnace. Was the thing in front of him the so-called ultimate source? However, this source of fire was too small. The 2 spheres were only the size of an infant's fist when they were tangled together. It was truly a bit weak. However, Chu Feng definitely wouldn't look down on it and didn't dare to. How could something that could make the stone jar ring softly be an ordinary object? It shouldn't be the two types of legendary flames, right? Chu Feng frowned. He was now truly nervous. He had encountered a true deity and seen the source of disaster. The two balls of fire that weren't even the size of an infant's fist, when put together, suddenly jumped violently at the bottom of the stone furnace, making the heaven and earth collapse. The fragments of space and time danced together, then suddenly turned into a rain of light and rushed over. Chu Feng felt a headache coming on. He immediately entered the stone jar. He was sure that he couldn't resist it all. If it was the fire source he had imagined, then not to mention him, even a powerhouse would be turned into ashes. It could burn the sea of stars and destroy all living things. Even heaven and earth would be destroyed. Dang! Just as the stone jar was closed, the flame rushed forward and turned into a thin layer. It covered the stone jar and burned fiercely. Heaven and earth rumbled. Not far away, the crimson and deep purple planets, as well as the rules of the Great Path, all trembled and then disintegrated. Nothing could withstand such intense flames. Even the other flames in the stone furnace were extinguished by the impact. Even the chaotic lightning was weakened and disappeared. The stone jar trembled and released a dazzling radiance. This was caused by the fusion and entanglement of the two types of flames. Boom! The stone jar rumbled. Chu Feng also shook violently inside. Then he felt a wave of scorching energy burning his body, making him feel a bit of pain. How was this possible? They were still separated by the stone jar, yet it was already like this. Then Chu Feng saw the truth. It was because one side of the stone jar had actually been burned until it was sparkling and translucent, almost transparent. He saw that the flame was attached to that side. The stone jar was shining on its own. There were violent energy fluctuations, causing the inside to become unstable and the temperature to continuously rise. Chu Feng wiped away his cold sweat. He realized that it wasn't the flame that wanted to burn in, but the stone jar itself was emitting fluctuations. When the energy flowed, it caused the inside to change. However, for the stone jar to be like this, it was enough to prove that the two flames that merged together were unimaginable. They were extraordinary and absolutely heaven-defying. Matter and energy that could cause the stone jar to change so greatly was too rare. When the flame burned, the spatial fragments were like the blades of the heavenly Tao, continuously hacking at the stone jar, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Moreover, the power of time appeared, turning into a millstone and turning into a blade. It forcefully crushed down, causing the stone jar to violently shake. Chu Feng was flabbergasted. This was the power of space and time, one of the most powerful energy combinations of the Tao laws. If it truly struck the body of a living being, then all of eternity would become nothing. And now, the Tao laws of space, as well as the unsurpassed power of time, all struck the stone jar. It was no wonder that the stone jar released a special wave of heat on its own. It was unprecedented because it suffered the attack of that special flame, worthy of being an unsurpassed flame from beyond the 33 heavens. Chu Feng said with a sigh. He already knew what kind of flame it was. The evidence was too obvious, and his guess had come true. The flames of the great void and ancient cosmic flames. Chu Feng's expression was complicated. He saw a layer of fiery light through the sparkling and translucent stone wall. He was sure that it was the two supreme substances. Apart from this, no other fiery light could compare to it and shake the stone jar. The heavens find it difficult to bury them in the four extremes of floating earth. Cut down the two firewood of yin and yang, draw on the flames of the great void, accept the flames of the ancient universe, and burn them. Chu Feng would never forget these words. They had given him a tremendous shock. In the Heavenspan Immortal Waterfall, the Western Paradise Organization had sold a special ancient artifact, the Furnace of Time. It had once displayed demonic phenomena. Back then, Chu Feng had held the earth from the reincarnation seed's ultimate land in his hand. He had heard this demonic sound from the ancient furnace that was the size of a fist. At the same time, when his hand reached in, it seemed as if it had been grabbed by a black hand, leaving behind a terrifying black mark. Now, he was actually witnessing with his own eyes these two flames that had never been seen before. Even a legendary flame that almost no one had ever heard of. The furnace of time is an ominous object. All those who have obtained it in the past have died mysteriously. Even the great black hand, Li Sun, died inexplicably, his whereabouts unknown. I heard that the martial madman obtained a strand of the great void's flame and treasured it as much as his own life. But today, he has actually obtained it. The two types of unsurpassed flames are actually entangled together. Chong Chong. The power of space was like a heavenly blade as it crazily hacked down, causing the stone jar to shake violently. Meanwhile, the wheel of time revolved, grinding the heaven and earth until it collapsed. It attached itself to the stone jar and also attacked frantically. Chu Feng felt a chill run down his back. If he didn't have the stone jar in his hand, how could he have survived? This so-called furnace lord was a land of certain death. Even if a terrifying existence that surpassed the Almighty came here, they would still die with a grievance. There was no suspense at all. This was a danger zone among danger zones. How long? A violent tremor rang out once more. It was as if a great golden bell was ringing through the 3,000 realms. It was as if the boundless darkness was being torn apart and radiance illuminated eternally. Sparks flew off in the stone jar. Great Tao symbols splashed out, and divine chains of order interweaved and melted. The scene was horrifying. Chu Feng frowned. He was worried that the stone jar would be damaged. However, moments later, his brows relaxed again. The so-called sparks flying in all directions and the great Tao symbols shattering actually originated from the flames and not the stone jar. He used his super fiery eyes to carefully observe the sparkling and translucent jar wall, and discovered that it was undamaged. It was sturdy and imperishable, unbreakable from past to present. However, there were changes to it. Diagrams appeared on the sparkling and translucent side. There were topographies one after another, and all of them were supreme vicious lands of legends. Chu Feng had seen them before, but it had never been as clear as it was now. It was as if he was on the scene himself and arrived at magnificent mountains and rivers. These topographies included the revered 8 trigrams furnace topographies. Naturally, there were other topographies that could only be stronger than the revered topographies. For example, the Immortal Master's Guillotine Peak, the 9 Heavens Collapsing Great Rift, the Primal Chaos True Spirit Land, and so on. These topographies appeared clearly. It was as if he had arrived in prehistoric times and arrived in that special era. Those topographies contained great dangers, and buried within them were secrets that had never been unraveled since the ancient times. Chu Feng frowned. He had once thought that these topographies were supreme danger zones of the Yang realm, but now he had a feeling that they should have come from the various worlds of the heavens. For example, the revered topographies were caused by falling from beyond the 33 heavens. In the next moment, Chu Feng was horrified because he saw that all the topographies were bathed in faint scarlet multicolored light. Then they were drenched in blood. That was the true blood of unfathomable creatures. All kinds of supreme topographies were bathed in mutant blood. What is this? Chu Feng's fiery eyes contracted. He was incomparably shocked because he saw some old events that had happened in those terrifying mountains and rivers. Emperors. As Chu Feng's eyes opened and closed, golden light shot out like a rainbow and flames burned the sky. He saw one figure after another faintly discernible in their respective supreme vicious mountain and river topographies. Those were unimaginable creatures. For a moment, he couldn't determine which ancient era they were born in or which epoch they belonged to. There was simply no way to verify it. However, the aura they emitted and the ripples they emitted reflected the past, present, and future at this moment. They passed through epoch after epoch. It was too terrifying. Apart from the supreme, ultimate evolvers, what other creatures could they be? In a young realm, ultimate evolvers couldn't be seen from beginning to end in this ancient history. They couldn't appear, but each of the mountain and river topographies on this stone jar had once appeared. Is this the condensation of the special topographies of the various worlds of the heavens? Or is it to show the strongest of the past? Chu Feng was shaken and bewildered. Great waves surged in his heart. This stone jar was too mysterious. It had passed through who knew how many epochs and engraved the figures of ultimate beings from various worlds. However, they seemed to have all died. The so-called scarlet multicolored light and the blood bathed in the mountains and rivers were all theirs. 90% of them had never seen each other before. They belonged to different epochs and were once ultimate supreme beings. It's him. Suddenly, Chu Feng saw a familiar face. To be more precise, it was a creature he had seen across time and space. It was the master of that giant black beast, the terrifying expert whose corpse was resting on the broken bell. As expected, he was also bathed in blood in a great land of mountains and rivers. Chu Feng's breathing quickened as he observed anxiously. He wanted to see if there was anyone else, if there was the owner of the bronze coffin floating in the starry sky, or if there was another mysterious person who had severed the ages with a single slash that number 9 had worshipped. However, at this time, the mountains and rivers bathed in blood became indistinct again, not allowing him to see clearly. Only when he stared at a certain mountain and river, he sensed something. He stared at a random place and heard a certain voice. Before I was born in the immortal ancient, the true underworld had long been formed. Unfortunately, Chu Feng had only heard the beginning when it ended. Before the immortal ancient, what era was that? He seemed to have heard number 9 casually mention it before. It was an exceptionally ancient era. That voice stopped because this evolved being seemed to have suffered an ambush, unexpectedly dying in those mountains and rivers. Chu Feng's entire body broke out in cold sweat. There were so many terrains, every single one of them having an unmatched expert, most of them from different great eras. Did they all die? Were they engraved in the stone jar's memory? He found this hard to believe. What kind of thing was this stone jar? It engraved the ultimate beings of past eras, passing through the great eras of emperors. Did it witness the bloody scene of those people's corpses? I want to see the truth. Chu Feng released a low roar. Did the stone jar look like a witness? Engraved in the memory of emperors, connecting heaven and earth from past to present, treading on blood. Third Sect Master. Chapter 1406. Splitting the sky, passing through the sea of time, crossing one great era after another, the rise and fall of worlds. What was it witnessing along the way? The stone jar bathed in the blood of emperors, engraving the bodies of emperors along the way. This was an indescribably terrifying past, possessing an incomparably terrifying past. It was simply unimaginable. Any ultimate being was originally unfathomable. They couldn't even be seen in the endless history of a young realm. However, the stone jar had witnessed one era after another, one great era after another. There were creatures like this in those eras. This truly shocked the past, present, and future. As long as one came into contact with it and understood it, there wasn't a single person who didn't tremble in fear. The bloody past was engraved in the stone jar. What kind of vessel was it exactly? What was the meaning of its existence? Did it personally experience those terrifying events that happened in the past? Did it witness them all? Even though the sea of time had already evaporated into the distance and the endless eras had long passed, everything had become the past. The current Chu Feng still felt a chill run down his back. His forehead was covered in sweat, and a chill rose from the bottom of his heart. His body was throbbing, and he was incomparably horrified. What exactly was the truth? He wanted to see clearly why those most powerful creatures, the supreme existences of a great era, would suddenly die. This indescribable and tragic death truly shocked the world. Unfortunately, The mountains and rivers on the stone jar were all indistinct. Strange mists rose and submerged everything. Only bloody light occasionally blossomed, signifying the end of an unmatched era. Someone was falling. Shu Feng's current eyes could be said to be super fiery eyes. After being refined by the stone furnace, they far surpassed the past and were even more astonishing than before. His pupils turned into the most complex golden runes. Light overflowed into the heavens and surged out from his eyes. It was simply about to become a vast ocean, a sea of lakes that submerged the world. This type of scene was extremely astonishing. His entire body was incomparably resplendent. His hair and pores were inlaid with golden edges, incomparably divine. It was as if he was a young, ultimate being who was about to split the world apart. At this moment, he had a type of spirit that could devour mountains and rivers, overlooking the boundless earth. The runes outside his pupils burned until the void collapsed. He wanted to see the truth on the stone jar. The stone jar wasn't even as tall as a fist, but as it floated in the stone furnace, it seemed to have become the center of the universe. Each time it shook, the world would tremble. I saw strands of bloody light flowing like crimson clouds. I saw the earth sinking. I saw the end of an era, Chu Feng muttered to himself. He really saw the scenery of a certain mountain. Unfortunately, this was the scene after the Great Destruction, the aftermath of the fall of an ultimate existence, and not the key point. Chu Feng's eyes were like the flames of the great sky, like the flames of the ancient universe, like the resonance of swords and blades. His gaze shot out, and with a clanging sound, sparks flew in all directions as they landed on the stone jar. Chu Feng stared again, determined to see it clearly. At this moment, his eyes were already dripping with tears of blood. Even the super eyes of fire and gold could not take it, but he still held on. Finally, he had gained something this time. He had seen the terrifying side of the matter. Within a vast terrain, a man stood with his head held high, gazing into the heavens. It was as if he had made some type of decision, as if he was going to ascend into the heavens and leave his homeland. However, at this time, a shocking change happened. Beneath his feet, within that sparkling and holy mountain range, the earth was dim and lightless. It suddenly split apart, and a rotting hand reached out, grabbing that emperor's ankle, dragging him underground. That type of power was unimaginable, as if it had enough power to destroy the universe. In an instant, even the starry sea in outer space grew dim, and then it was extinguished. In the blink of an eye, endless darkness covered the boundless great earth. Coldness descended, all plants and spirits withered, other creatures declining. The entire heaven and earth great world seemed to be heading towards the end of doomsday. The most terrifying thing was that type of speed. The rotting hand was inconceivably fast. When it reached out, the long river of time was faintly discernible, and then it was severed. It grabbed the emperor's ankle, not evading at all. One had to understand that the target was an ultimate evolved being, unimaginably powerful, yet he was still suddenly grabbed. Emperors were everlasting, eternally undefeated. But that day, something unexpected happened. The instant he was grabbed, he released an angry roar, doing everything he could to move his legs. However, accompanied by a rain of blood, he was sinking. That mountain region was even collapsing. The famous mountain known as the land of 1,000 tribulations and 100 difficulties breaking into pieces, sinking. The land of 1,000 tribulations and 100 difficulties was an incomparably evil land, a land soaked in blood, terrifying beyond compare. It was on the same level as the revered 8 trigrams furnace geography, Immortal Lord Broken Head Peak geography, and others. What was going on? In that world, countless creatures mysteriously died. Only a small portion of experts still alive, as well as creatures in the depths of the starry sky extremely far away, and only then were they fortunate enough to escape disaster. Kacha! This was a sound that made one's teeth sore, sounding from that geography. After the underground, rotting hand grabbed the emperor's ankle, there was still a face that was half covered by gray mist faintly visible. It opened its mouth and bit down, dripping with blood. This really was terrifying. At that level, it was like the most savage wild beast feasting, eating raw meat and drinking blood. The Emperor released a muffled groan, fist imprint falling from the heavens, smashing downwards. Moreover, his legs shook, great down natural laws like a sea, surging there, suppressing the mysterious creature underground. Apart from this, the Emperor's protective light barrier automatically moved, destroying all danger. Unfortunately, regardless of whether it was the protective light barrier or the fist imprint, or that great Tao symbol C, none of them could change the bloody scene. Kacha! It was as if chewing sounds came from underground, accompanied by blood splashing out, emerging from a mist. Even though endless time had already passed, that was only the appearance of the past. Chu Feng still felt as if he was experiencing it himself. He felt his entire body go cold, his ankle bone in intense pain. This made one feel as if the Emperor was ambushed, his ankle directly bitten off. Sinking further, the Emperor disappeared. A world-shaking great battle took place underground. There was Emperor blood that flew out, dyeing the entire land of 1,000 tribulations and 100 difficulties red. The corners of Chu Feng's eyes were about to split open, staring at this scene. This was an event of the past he finally captured after a great deal of effort, finally seeing what happened. He didn't want to miss it, the radiance in his eyes erupting like a volcano. It was extremely strange. Even the starry sky grew dim, extinguished, yet that geography was only splitting apart, not completely returning. Just how sturdy was this? Finally, Chu Feng saw the truth again. Underground, there were interweaving passageways, ancient and deep. After the two indistinct creatures fell in, they fought in those passageways, so the mountainous region wasn't completely destroyed. Reincarnation path. Chu Feng was shaken. Through the cracked surface, he saw the deep ancient path, emitting the aura of decay and death, some rotting corpses lying in disarray. It was too similar, really just like the reincarnation path he had walked. However, the ancient path he saw now was even more majestic, even more ancient, with a desolate and lifeless aura, as if it was the product of who knew how many epochs. It shouldn't be the path Chu Feng had walked. If one were to compare them, then the path Chu Feng took from the lesser netherworld to the mortal realm could only be considered to be a winding and rugged path. Compared to this dark and desolate path, it was like comparing a brook to the ocean. The disparity was just this great. Chu Feng looked at it, suspecting that the reincarnation path he had walked through was only a small path artificially carved out in later generations, a small desolate branch path. Below the stone jar mountains and rivers, that black path was too vast, great changes carrying an aura of destruction, carrying the feeling of being sealed in dust for countless great eras. Those two creatures were fighting fiercely. After losing the initiative, the Emperor was too passive. Everything in that black reincarnation passage was just that terrifying, blood splashing in all directions. Broken path. With a hurried glance, Chu Feng saw that there were some areas of the underground path that were broken, as if it had been destroyed before. It had long been damaged beyond compare, now also in ruins. It was unknown where it led to, unknown where it began, unknown where it ended. Chu Feng sucked in a cold breath of air. A creature mysteriously appeared on this long, desolate path, its rotting hand grabbing the Emperor. It really was shocking. The scene became blurry. A wave of Emperor blood surged in the mist, and then everything on the ground disappeared. Only the sky dome above continuously cracked apart, accompanied by golden blood and blue blood, dripping down from certain areas. Then, the world returned to deathly stillness. Emperor has fallen. A moment later, someone cried out, voice sorrowful. Then, all of the living creatures cried out in grief, the entire world shaken. Countless cries sounded from the limits of the cosmos' starry skies, from regions where there were still living creatures. The entire world was in grief. Age of Emperor Collapse. Someone cried out. Chu Feng was stunned. An ultimate evolved being died, just like that. That type of sudden death made one's blood run cold. In a daze, he could still hear chewing sounds, bone-fracturing sounds, blood-splashing sounds. He couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over his body. He was absent-minded, his entire body like a clay sculpture. There was actually an even more ancient reincarnation path beneath the boundless great earth, already desolate even before the age of Emperor Collapse. In the sky above, brightly colored blood mysteriously dripped down. Chu Feng broke out into a cold shiver, and then he frowned again. He listened, observing the other mountains and rivers. He could vaguely hear similar cries of Emperor Collapse. Before a certain great era, Emperor Collapse happened more than once. Emperors would die. They would die suddenly, but they had never been recorded in history. All traces had been erased. Only the stone jar remembered those terrifying events of the past. In an instant, Chu Feng recalled some of the words Number 9 had said. The underworld that existed before the age of Emperor Collapse had been abandoned. That expert who severed endless ages sensed something, discovering that the reincarnation path was strange. But in the end, because of some unknown, unforeseen event, he hurriedly went on his way, leaving this world, not going to investigate. Soon afterwards, Chu Feng woke up. At this time, the mist between the mountains and rivers on the stone jar also scattered. The mountain and river diagram became quiet, nothing visible anymore. Before Emperor Collapse, it wasn't a single person's era, but rather great eras after great eras. In each era, there were ultimate beings who encountered accidents, falling. Chu Feng said softly, the terrifying age of Emperor Collapse. Even if later generations knew bits and pieces, they were still far from the truth. Chu Feng was in a daze. Even though he only saw a corner of the truth, he still felt his entire body go cold. This was a chill that came from the depths of his heart. The underground reincarnation ancient path had been severed, but there was something dormant, extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, in the heavens above, there was even more indescribable phenomenon. Blood dripped down, and all of this should only be on the surface. It was a bit strange. The deeper things couldn't be unearthed from just a corner of the truth. How long? Suddenly, the stone jar violently shook. The great sky flame, an ancient eternal flame, fiercely smashed into the jar's walls. Space and time tangled, turning into millstones, turning into sword blades, attacking the jar. Did they come in? Were they going to enter the jar? For a time, the jar was burned until it almost turned red. Then, it shone brilliantly, many characters appearing together. It actually underwent a step further change. Third Sect Master. Chapter 1407. The body of the jar was red and scorching hot, as if it had turned into an immortal furnace. The flames burned the heavens, and the sound of scriptures could be heard, making one feel enlightened and about to comprehend the Tao. Chu Feng was shaken. He looked at the golden runes on the stone jar, as if they were molded by molten iron. They were very textured and flowed out, reaching straight to the bottom of one's heart. Millstone runes. This was named by Chu Feng, but he didn't know the origin of the runes. At first, he saw a row of golden runes on the huge and rough stone millstone in the radiant city of reincarnation on the road of reincarnation. In addition, he found that when the stone jar glowed, more golden runes appeared, and they were even more complete than those on the stone millstone of the road of reincarnation. However, there had never been so many scriptures like today. In the past, there was only a row of runes, but today there was a small piece. Perhaps they couldn't be called scriptures. At the very least, Chu Feng didn't know the true meaning of these runes, even after studying them for a long time. Perhaps each rune was a form of energy, an embodiment of supreme power. A single rune was a tangible carrier of the Tao. Chu Feng looked carefully and found that these runes flew out from the mountain terrain map on the stone jar. This made him suck in a breath of cold air. Thinking of the strange murders that had occurred in some areas of the terrain, He couldn't help but be suspicious, and his heart became increasingly frightened. These runes could determine reincarnation, and they were engraved on the stone millstone of the radiant city of death. It was absolutely unimaginable and terrifying, especially since the road of reincarnation was only an incomplete rune, an extremely limited row of runes. Chu Feng naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He stared fixedly and engraved all of them in his heart. He knew that this was a priceless treasure, a supreme rune. He had already experienced it. In a three-way battlefield, he manifested the limited runes on his hands and was invincible. He crushed the martial madman's descendant who had transformed into 7 great saints, and his battle prowess had skyrocketed. This was the beginning of the supreme power of this scripture. In an instant, Chu Feng engraved all the runes before him in his heart. However, after calming down a little, he was shocked again. Up until now, only this side of the stone jar was glowing, revealing the special terrain and the golden symbols. Most of the other areas had not changed. Back then, the stone jar was a cube, a total of 6 sides. Even though it was now a jar, it still looked like only a sixth of it was visible, revealing its extraordinary power. Most of the areas were still simple and ordinary, and nothing could be seen. This thing was too heaven-defying. Chu Feng believed that the other regions wouldn't be ordinary either. Even the robbery induction breathing technique came from this stone jar. What else is impossible? Chu Feng muttered to himself. In the past, the robbery induction breathing technique was also perfected because of this jar. Isn't the fire going to come in? He was surprised. The formidable ancient Aeon flames and the great void flames, even if they turned into a grinding disk of time and space, causing the river of time to distort and blur, didn't really want to drill through the walls of the jar. Chu Feng let out a long sigh of relief. He believed in the extraordinary nature of the stone jar. Even the strongest Tao fire would not be able to do anything to it. Absorbed, the following scene caused his eyes to widen as he saw the truth. The so-called fire burned the stone jar, but in the end, it was the mountain and river diagram on the jar that shined faintly. After bursts of fiery red, the flames of the great void and the ancient Aeon flames were absorbed. As a kind of energy, the fire activated the stone jar and was finally absorbed. That was all. This was too terrifying and too strange. The stone jar had swallowed this so-called ultimate supreme ball of fire. Leave some for me. Chu Feng was shocked and also regretful. He still wanted to practice the 7 wonderful treasures technique, and he needed a total of 7 rare materials. The more powerful the materials, the more boundlessly powerful the technique would be when it succeeded. He had already obtained reincarnation soil, true water of creation, and primordial source gold liquid. They were all peerless treasures of their respective attributes. If he absorbed a wisp of source energy from the fire before him and practiced the technique, he would be able to stand on equal footing with the art of invincibility, which was ranked among the top 3 ancient techniques. Oh no, my diamond chakram. Suddenly, Chu Feng thought of his own weapon. Not too long ago, he had hurriedly dodged into the stone jar and hadn't paid attention to that shiny bracelet. He slightly opened the lid, and his pupil shrank. There was still a little bit of fire on the diamond chakram outside. There were still remnants of the great void and ancient Aeon flames. A part of them was actually refining the diamond chakram in another location. Perhaps this 33-layered heaven's treasure was too special, and it actually provoked the burning of this fire. The human king furnace he had seized from the Yuan family was being absorbed by the diamond chakram. At this time, the 2 treasures seemed as if they were about to melt. Runes filled the skies, sparkling and translucent, as if they were about to turn into flowing liquid. All sorts of runes constantly sparkled. This is truly worthy of being a 33-layered heaven's treasure. Even Chu Feng was amazed and shocked. After being burned by such a terrifying fire, the bracelet seemed to be repeatedly tempered. It hadn't truly been destroyed. Normally speaking, according to ancient records, Even peerless source gold would be burnt to ashes by this sort of fire. It is bobbing up and down, throbbing as if it has a life of its own. It is moving in harmony with the great Tao patterns of the world. This is a rebirth through fire, a nirvana, becoming even stronger. Although there were signs of it melting into liquid, it managed to hold on in the end. The runes on its body sparkled. Within the snow-white crystalline surface, there were blood-red patterns and the luster of the starry skies. It shined brilliantly. It had once absorbed heavenly blood source gold, starry sky source gold, and other things. It was like a primal chaos Tao artifact. Chi. Purple light poured out in torrents. Space collapsed. The human king furnace had truly melted. Endless strands of purple light surged outwards. Although it was a scrap of the Yuan clan's supreme treasure, the material wasn't the slightest bit lacking. It was Purple Mansion source gold. Moreover, after being refined and nourished for endless years, it possessed an endless spiritual nature and was a supreme saint. But now it was completely destroyed. The purple light that bloomed was absorbed by the nearby diamond chakram. Afterwards, it emitted a cautious sound within the flames and completely disintegrated. First, it broke into pieces, and then it splashed out in liquid form. All of its spiritual nature and essence flew towards the diamond chakram, absorbed by it. Then, with puff sounds, the purple metal liquid fell to the ground. It darkened and turned into scrap metal, completely devoid of spiritual nature. In the end, there was a layer of lustrous purple energy that curled around the diamond chakram. It trembled, as if an auspicious sign had been born. Purple energy came from the east, vast and mighty. Moreover, that wisp of transcendent fire also gradually dimmed, turning into energy that was absorbed by the diamond chakram. Chu Feng was overjoyed. He could clearly feel how powerful and extraordinary the diamond chakram was. The natural patterns of the world were restrained within it, making it a terrifying divine object. He felt that just by bringing out this chakram, he would be able to kill all his enemies. He sighed. The great void flame and ancient eternal flame had both disappeared. It was a pity. He was a bit unwilling. He cautiously tried to revolve the 7 wonderful treasures technique, wanting to absorb that fire attribute world treasure. There really are traces of light mist. He was shocked. The outer walls of the stone jar in front of him and the diamond chakram began to shine with a faint luster. Some sort of special light mist flew over. It's the final remnants of the great void flame and ancient eternal flame. Chu Feng was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. To him, this was the best nourishment. The violent and destructive components had all disappeared, leaving behind only the thinnest remnants of rare and precious substances. It was just right for him to practice his wondrous techniques. If it were the previous flames, even a tiny bit would have been enough to turn him into ashes at his current realm and extinguish his body and soul. The light mist entered his body. Chu Feng's entire body trembled. The 7 wonderful treasures technique advanced a step further and began to transform. He had already collected 5 of the 7 attribute world treasures that he needed. The most important thing was that these 5 treasures could be called the best in their respective fields. The 7 wonderful treasures technique was ranked 11th on the ranking list. It could be said to be world-shattering. Once it was thoroughly cultivated, there would be few who could match it in the world. However, there were still the 10 great techniques in front of it. And now, Chu Feng believed that with the world treasures he had collected, the 7 wonderful treasures technique he cultivated would absolutely surpass its original ranking. He firmly believed that in the future, it would definitely be comparable to the top 3 wonderful techniques like the time technique and the chaotic calamity song. Amidst the buzzing sound, Chu Feng was enveloped by the 5-colored light wheel within the revered 8 trigrams furnace. He was divine and resplendent as he developed the wonderful technique to its current limit. It was done. The 5-colored brilliance rushed into the sky. The 5 world treasures were smelted together, and the wonderful technique was boundless. It seemed as if the heavens could fall from the sky with a raise of Chu Feng's hand. After an unknown amount of time, he completely calmed down. When he opened his eyes, his super fiery eyes shone brilliantly, and the golden runes were dazzling and terrifying. On his left wrist, the diamond chakram carried the aura of the Tao. It was obvious that it was a product of the Tao at a glance. And in his right hand, there was a stone jar. It was quiet and unadorned, simple and natural. This time, he came to the revered 8 trigrams furnace and felt that it was almost perfect. At this moment, Chu Feng felt that he was incomparably powerful. He dared to attack the living beings that had just entered the celestial venerable realm. He had incomparable confidence in his own combat strength. I can now be called King Hung. How many people could surpass the great divine king since ancient times? Now, he firmly believed that he had reached this step. I'm still lacking the tempering of a Yang realm Dao fruit. Chu Feng carefully withdrew the King Hung Dao fruit and tempered the Dao fruit in the Yang realm. In the end, it was also perfect. The soul light was dazzling, and it was like a golden pill was blooming. In the end, he restrained his aura. He had the intention of fusing the Yang realm Dao fruit and the minor Yin realm Dao fruit into one, but he gave up. After all, the Yang realm Dao fruit's realm was still a little low. It wasn't the best time for the 2 kinds of Dao fruits to fuse. When the 2 kinds of Dao fruits truly fused into one, the world was destined to be turned upside down. However, this day should come very soon. From today onwards, I have nothing to worry about. I've consolidated my foundation and refined the Dao fruit. From now on, I can plant the 3 seeds and absorb the pollen. I'll start to rapidly evolve. Chu Feng was looking forward to it. The achievements he had today were inseparable from the 3 seeds in the stone jar. They had been silent for too long. Ever since he came to the Yang realm, he hadn't activated the 3 seeds. From today onwards, he could continue to explore their secrets. One had to know that the stone jar was already incomparably mysterious and extremely astonishing, but the 3 seeds used it as a vessel to store themselves. Its origins were simply unimaginable. Chapter 1408. Chu Feng's heart was aflame. It had been a long time since he had the 3 seeds. He really wanted to activate the super evolution again and make a qualitative leap in his physique. Now that his foundation was solid, he could take great strides forward. The lesser netherworld Dao fruit improved again after being tempered. King Hung was born and looked down on the world. The Yang realm Dao fruit improved from the Saint realm to the golden body level. Although the realm seemed to have dropped, its strength was stronger. There was a saying that this kind of tempering was a kind of ascetic practice. It was called the Buddha walking in the world, his body like Buddha. In such a state, it was like a golden pill in the fire. After 9 cycles of refinement, the dust was gone and the light was born, shining through the mountains and rivers. At this moment, Chu Feng's body and mind were calm. Although he was burned by the supreme 8 trigrams fire in the stone furnace, there was a feeling of emptiness and coolness. The flames were no longer fatal. On the contrary, they constantly nourished him, causing his whole body to glitter. It was as if his whole body was cast from gold and emitted a terrifying brilliance. He was like a golden body Buddha, without a speck of dust or dirt. His whole body was like divine glass, and he had an otherworldly aura and posture. But when his eyes of fire and gold opened, a sharp light beam shot out with an intimidating aura. His abilities were revealed. Rumble. At this moment, changes occurred again. The golden blood in his body disappeared completely, and a kind of silver blood spread out like lightning. At this moment, Chu Feng's hair also turned into silver light. It was as if lightning was interweaving and silver white light blossomed. Every strand of hair was resplendent and rose to his waist. A powerful aura and a frightening mystic power surged out. This was his human monarch blood transforming once again, turning into blood that was as fast as lightning. Chu Feng comprehended silently. His strength had indeed achieved a leap. This was the blood that matched King Hung. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to support his body. Only such a terrifying and powerful physique could allow him to unleash King Hung-level energy without restraint and sweep away all the other kings. At this moment, a vortex appeared outside his body. Silver energy interweaved like lightning, and it was like a silver ocean had appeared and attached itself to his body. Chu Feng's every move was clear and natural, and he felt his body and soul were extremely comfortable. This sort of experience was extremely wonderful. He was close to the heavens and the earth, and the Tao was natural, causing his entire body to feel as if it was wandering in an ocean of order. Third awakening of human king blood, he said softly. This was the blood corresponding to King Heng's strength, and it had evolved into an extremely terrifying physique. Back then, when the human monarch blood had first awakened, it had been blue. Later, it had turned golden, and now it had turned silver like lightning. Perhaps it could also be called platinum. Rumble. Chu Feng only clenched his fists slightly, and the space around him distorted. Energy was released wantonly, and a mysterious force flowed through his body. His entire body was constantly changing between an ethereal and intimidating force. Chu Feng's hair fluttered like lightning and fluttered in the wind. It was as if a platinum light was blooming. Chu Feng's entire body was surging with a terrifying aura, shocking the entire world. He continuously comprehended. This type of supreme human king physique far surpassed the past, making him feel unprecedentedly powerful. Even the Tao law fragments were resonating, dancing around him. At the same time, the diamond chakram on his wrist was trembling and resonating with him. All kinds of mother gold were fused into one furnace, and it was like the carrier of the great Tao. What a strange feeling. It's as if I can punch through the heavens. Chu Feng said to himself. He knew that this was naturally an illusion. There was something strange about the heavens, and it was impossible for him to punch through it with his current strength. This was just a completely new experience that surpassed reality when his strength was strong enough. Chi, a terrifying light beam bloomed, and the wonderful seven treasures technique locked down the universe. In this special stone furnace, he didn't hold back at all and poured out his wonderful techniques to his heart's content. It was simply world-shocking. The heavenly diagram formed and revolved around him. Order descended, and it was as if the nine heavens' Milky Way was covering him. He became the only one in the center of the scene, standing in an innately invincible position. Chu Feng continuously comprehended, and his eyes were as bright as lightning. He said, "Great Marshal, I really want to kill you now." He came to the Yang realm from the Lesser Yin realm. He once had an obsession in his heart to kill the great Marshal Heavenly Lord. He was the one who caused the deaths of many of his old friends, and even his parents were killed by that person. In the Lesser Yin realm, the Big Black Yak, Yellow Cattle, Ouyang Feng, Yao Yao, and the others all died because of Great Marshal. How could he forget that? Even though some people appeared in the Yang realm alive and went through the suffering of reincarnation, there were still people like Yao Yao who sank into the depths of the abyss, never to be heard again. Additionally, were the little Yellow Cattle and Ouyang Feng. They hadn't appeared for so many years. The reincarnation path was too dangerous, and even the first ancestor-level characters couldn't guarantee that they would be able to reincarnate successfully. His parents were nowhere to be seen, and his heart trembled at the thought of it. There was also his son, the little Taoist. He had thrown himself into the reincarnation path at such a young age and had lost all contact with him. His family was separated, his parents were dead, and all his old friends were dead. Everything was done by Great Marshal. Chu Feng came to the Yang realm with a conviction. He wanted to find those people and kill Great Marshal. He wanted to avenge those people. Now, I'm strong enough. With the body of a hung king, I think I could defeat a celestial venerable, right? Great Marshal, are you safe and sound? Don't die too early. Chu Feng's voice was very low, but at the end, it wasn't so calm anymore. There was a tremor in his voice. There was a boom as he clenched his fists tightly. Black cracks appeared in the space between his fingers, and terrifying energy poured out in torrents. It was extremely frightening. The light of the laws exploded, causing the endless sea of stars to shine in the surroundings. One after another, stars fell, and a terrifying phenomenon appeared. Yao Yao, it's been so long. I can't see you anymore. I really hope you're still alive. It won't be too long. I'll go to the abyss to find you, and come back. Chu Feng's voice was trembling because he had witnessed the end of her death with his own eyes. What else could he change by going there? He only hoped to find her remains. There were too many regrets. The number one heaven-bestowed woman under the starry skies had actually fallen into the boundless darkness, and it was difficult to see her face again in the world. Chu Feng closed his eyes to comprehend Tao techniques and cultivate wonderful techniques. Then he operated the robbery induction breathing technique. He was going through the final nirvana and perfection here. He was about to come out of seclusion. In the outside world, no one knew what had happened in the stone furnace. They didn't know that Chu Feng had already broken the legend of legends. He had far surpassed common sense and achieved the body of a hung king. Now, many people thought that he had met with misfortune and had been killed by the 5 great divine kings from the edge of the world of the living. Jiang Luotian frowned. She felt that she had met Yin Gui before and felt that he was somewhat familiar. She was worried for the person in the stone furnace. The people of the Xianwang royal family also sighed and shook their heads. They didn't think too much about it, because even they believed that no one could survive under the combined forces of the 5 great divine kings. In the Taishang terrain, the various races were discussing spiritedly. They all felt that Zhou Zhengde had met with misfortune. The sound of the Luan bell indicated that someone from the forbidden area had arrived. It was a white-furred camel. It came unhurriedly and disappeared from its original location with each step. Then, with each step it took, it would appear several kilometers ahead. There was an old man sitting on its back. He looked very peaceful, but if one sensed carefully, they would discover that he had blended in with heaven and earth. His entire body contained the aura of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Oh, it's about time. I wonder if any of the later generations have achieved a super transformation, he said softly with a smile. Not far away, a purple swan eye appeared soundlessly. It was extremely bold and powerful. There was also an old man sitting upright on it. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. He held a walking stick in his hand and was one with the Tao. We're the disciples of my Yuan race. It's about time for you to come out. He chuckled. In reality, many figures had appeared outside the forbidden area. They were all silent and could cause the laws of heaven and earth to resonate. They were all celestial venerables. A few celestial venerables from various races had come to receive the disciples of their races. Tao, brother from the Yuan race, I congratulate you in advance. With the power of your race's bloodline, you can naturally evolve into extremely terrifying young experts. Each generation will be stronger than the last. Someone congratulated with a smile. Soon after, people from the Mo family also came. They were from the human king race, so they were naturally quite confident. They believed that their clansmen would bring the Purple Palace metal human king furnace inside and be safe. They were destined to transform and achieve a super evolution. Moreover, the Mo family even had a great sage from the past. Who could compete against them? The human king bloodline, heaven-warping talents, incomparably noble bloodline. This time, there will likely be 1 or 2 human kings among human kings, right? An Empyrean from another race congratulated. Woo, Tao brother is joking. How can a human king among human kings appear so easily? How many have appeared since the ancient times? The Mo family's Empyrean humbly said. However, in reality, there was a burning passion in the depths of his eyes. He really hoped that a peerless genius would appear from his clan and successfully undergo a rebirth within the revered 8 trigrams furnace. However, they would never have thought that regardless of whether it was the Yuan race or the human king Mo family, their seeds, even their pseudo-Empyreans, would all be killed by Chu Feng. When they saw who would come out in the end, their expressions would definitely be very marvelous. Chu Feng came out of seclusion and walked towards the outside of the stone furnace. He walked along the uneven floor. Essence energy curled around his body, and raging flames burned. Within the flames, the silver blood in his body surged like lightning, constantly attacking and baptizing his entire body. Only when he was about to leave the stone furnace did his blood calm down. From the radiance of lightning, it became gentle and once again became a sparkling red. The human king blood was still dark red under normal circumstances. Only when it was activated and erupted would it release a dazzling and terrifying brilliance. It was different from the masses. His head of platinum hair returned to black. Chu Feng changed into a new set of battle clothes and walked out of the revered 8 trigrams furnace. What? Zhou Jingde walked out alive. When Chu Feng first appeared, there was a clamor outside the stone furnace. Everyone was stunned and felt extremely shocked. How could this be? 5 great divine kings went in and said that they were going to pick peaches along the way to kill him and steal his fortune. But in the end, he walked out? What about the 5 great divine kings? What happened to him? How could he be the one to successfully transform and come out? Could it be that the 5 of them are trapped in the furnace and can't escape for a while? Outside the furnace, everyone was shaken. As for outside the Forbidden Land, some celestial venerables could sense something even though they were separated by a terrifying domain. They said, "Oh, it seems someone has come out of seclusion. Ha! Could it be a descendant of my family?" At this moment, Chu Feng didn't pay attention to everyone. Instead, he opened his fiery eyes and gazed into the depths of the Forbidden Land. That was because the Flame Spirit race had once promised that whoever could grasp the profound mysteries of the domain could cooperate with them and share the fortune in the depths of the Forbidden Land. At this moment, the golden runes in Chu Feng's eyes were too dazzling. It was as if 2 golden galaxies had flown out and reached the front of the terrifying terrain. After undergoing nirvana in the stone furnace, the current Chu Feng's eyes possessed great divine abilities. He had cultivated the super fiery eyes and was countless times more powerful than before. Even the mist and flames in the Forbidden Land couldn't completely block his line of sight. He saw the truth. Chu Feng was stunned. Who did he see? He saw the broken bell fragment, the imperial blood, and the 3 life medicine in the large black dog's mouth. Apart from that, he also saw a woman in fluttering snow-white clothes. Was it the Great Empress? That was a stone door in the shape of a moon. Silver ripples spread out continuously like a tangible, invisible special ultrasonic wave, and the world behind the door was too deep. It seemed to be connected to the earth of the 4 poles, but it also seemed to be connected to the heavens. It also seemed to be connected to the ancient netherworld before the age of Emperor collapse. Apart from that, was that Great Empress also there? As for the legendary Great Universe grade medicinal herbs, that was naturally also there. Chu Feng was stunned. This was the place where the Flame Spirit race of the Taishang Forbidden Land wanted to cooperate with him. They wanted to go behind that door and go deep inside. 3rd Sect Master. Chapter 1409. The broken bell and the ultimate blood were scattered just like that. Additionally, there was a great empress standing in the air, suppressing time as if she was standing between the past, present, and future. Seeing such a scene and such a historical imprint, even Chu Feng's soul was trembling. Boundless waves surged in his heart, and he simply could not calm down. He wanted to see a bit more clearly, because there were too many things behind that stone gate, enough to shock the world. However, the mist spread. Everything in the deep space was covered, gradually becoming indistinct. He wanted to approach and see everything clearly. Chu Feng had a strong and urgent desire. No matter what the Flame Spirit lineage was like, he wanted to cooperate with them and get to the bottom of things. Oh, how is it now? Where's the good child of my mortal king bloodline? Has he emerged from seclusion? At this time, the silence was broken. Someone walked over with flying purple hair. His feet didn't touch the ground, and he held a domain scroll in his hand as he approached the stone furnace area. The mortal King Mo family had sent an emissary here to inquire about the situation. The flame spirit race of the Prime Dangerland had long since spread the word that evolvers above the Empyrean level could not enter. This emissary was a quasi-Empyrean. Strictly speaking, he was extremely powerful. At the very least, he was a terrifying middle-aged man in the eyes of the world. Even though they didn't know how long he had been evolving or how long his lifespan was, fellow Taoists, you've all worked hard. Evolution isn't easy, so we must support each other. Oh, have you seen the Qilin of my race? He chuckled and asked the people around him. At this time, the scene was originally very quiet. Everyone was originally looking at Chu Feng, but the sudden arrival of this emissary attracted the attention of many people. However, the scene was a bit strange. It was completely silent, and even the clamor caused by Chu Feng leaving seclusion had disappeared. Everyone had a strange expression on their faces because the experts of the Human King Mo clan had all been killed by Zhou Jingde. Even the Human King furnace had been taken away. Young man, have you seen the cultivators of my Mo family? The middle-aged man from the Mo family saw Chu Feng standing there like a crane among a flock of chickens, attracting the attention of many people. So he asked him. He didn't know that this man was the one who would end the relationship between his family and the Yuan family. However, he was still smiling warmly and gracefully. Yes, I killed him, Chu Feng replied calmly. What? In that instant, this emissary's eyes widened like two vertical slits. As they opened and closed, a terrifying divine radiance shone, as if lightning streaked across the sky. Kacha sounds rang out. That was the energy of order spreading. The emissary took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Where's my ancestor? He was asking Mo family's great sage, an extremely ancient existence who was trapped by the three-world body. However, this was also a tremendous opportunity. He wanted to cultivate an unmatched ultimate body, but he temporarily fell to the Divine King realm. He was a living ancestor. I killed him, Chu Feng replied indifferently. He did not have a good impression of the Human King Mo clan, but now he had the confidence to face them here. He thought back to the day when he was chased by the Mo family in front of the sky-piercing waterfall. Then, he and Long Dayu were wanted by the entire world, causing him to narrowly escape death. Now that he had become King Hung, he naturally had nothing to fear. At the very least, he didn't need to worry too much about the heavenly venerables of this clan. How is this possible? The three-worlds body is a body that can shake the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. Even if the ancestor hasn't cultivated it and his realm has fallen, he is not someone who could be killed by future generations. The emissary's voice was trembling. Then, an ominous glint appeared in his eyes as the vertical eye between his brows opened abruptly. It shot out a faint purple beam of light and attacked Chu Feng. He didn't believe that this young evolver in front of him had the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. He was too young. So what if he was a divine king? He couldn't be a match for the three-world body. It should be known that this was a legendary supreme art of the Emperor's path. It was a remnant of a supreme technique passed down from the last era. Chu Feng was indifferent. He raised a hand and directly pressed down on the purple light shot out by the emissary. Rumble. At the tip of Chu Feng's finger, black cracks even appeared in the void from the pressure of his physical body. Space collapsed and distorted, instantly obliterating that purple light. One had to know that this was caused by a casual press of his right hand. It was pure physical strength. Are you a monster? The emissary cried out loudly. How could a teenager be so powerful? In the Yang realm, the order was complete and the rules were difficult to destroy. It was a complete great world, and it was rare for a youth to be able to use his physical body to crush space. This was really too terrifying. He was shaken and horrified. Even if he was a quasi-heavenly venerable, he still couldn't do this unless he poured out all the accumulated order energy. The others were also shocked and somewhat dumbfounded. Just a simple lift of his hand could cause space to distort. Rumble. Chu Feng's right hand pressed down. There was no energy that erupted, nor were there any divine chains of order that surged. It was just a hand, and his movements seemed light and gentle, but it made the human King Imo family's emissary tremble with fear. He actually felt as if he was facing a prehistoric, demonic mountain that couldn't be resisted. He wanted to dodge, but an invisible power locked onto him, making it impossible for him to evade. With a pung sound, the arms that he had crossed in front of him disintegrated. Then he released a final miserable cry. His entire body was brushed by that hand, and then there was only a bloody mist left where he originally stood. His figure disappeared from sight. Everyone was stunned. What kind of strength was this? This was a quasi-heavenly venerable, yet he was disintegrated by Zhou Zhengde with just a lift of his hand. With a light brush, he scattered with the wind, leaving behind a bloody mist. Who is this? Who is this? The emissaries from the other races also came in. After seeing this scene, they all felt their mouths go dry. Were the youths nowadays all so savage? How could these old monsters who had cultivated and evolved for so many years endure this? A youth killed a quasi-heavenly venerable barehandedly. This was just like a legend. It was hard to believe. Even now, many people didn't understand just what kind of evolved being this was. He looked young, but he was actually the legendary King Hong. Even if one looked through the entire Great Yang realm, it would still be difficult to find 2 or 3 of these people after so many eras. Who is he? Another emissary asked, his face full of shock. I heard he's called Zhou Zhengde. The person who came in earlier near the stone furnace replied. At this time, the runes in the domain lit up. Everyone was shaken. Regardless of whether it was the Yuan clan or the emissaries from the other races who had just arrived, they were all horrified. They didn't dare to move carelessly because the mountains and rivers had been activated and the domain had locked down the world. And outside the supreme forbidden land, the Empyreans sitting on the backs of the savage beasts and divine birds were even more apprehensive. They also looked into the distance, no one making a sound. They were all waiting for the emissary's reply. Moo! A bull's roar shook the world like a clap of thunder. An ancient bull monster appeared. He had a head full of thick green hair and rough horns like broadswords. He had appeared before to lead everyone in. He was an old servant of the flame spirit race. At this time, he transformed into his original form, a giant bison with glowing green fur. As his forehooves stomped on the ground, sparks flew everywhere and lava surged. Order runes flashed in the void like stars, and his momentum was earth-shattering. This giant bull caused space to rumble and tremble violently. The entire sky seemed like it was about to collapse. Its aura swallowed the mountains and rivers, suffocating all the evolvers. What kind of powerful bull monster was this? It was far more terrifying than what everyone had expected. Little friend, please come up. This giant green-furred demon bull arrived in front of Chu Feng. It slightly hinted for him to sit on its back. This scene shocked all the cultivators. Many people were stunned. What kind of powerful bull was this? It was at least an Empyrean or even a supreme being. This far surpassed their previous speculations. But now it slightly bent its knees and allowed Chu Feng to climb onto its back. Was it willing to be a mount? Chu Feng was stunned. An evolver of this level wanted to carry him into the depths of the supreme secret land. He was a bit distracted, but he quickly reacted. Now that he was in the forbidden land, he couldn't avoid the flame spirit race no matter what. So he had to make a trip into the depths of the forbidden land. He was very calm. He first greeted it politely and then directly leapt up, climbing onto the bull's back. This was simply an ancient divine mountain that could move. It was too enormous. The fur around its body shone like satin, releasing radiance and carrying the power of order. How long? This enormous ox demon carried Chu Feng as he charged toward the most mysterious place in the secret land. He brought with him gales that tore apart the void. Boundless law patterns flickered and surged between the heaven and earth, suppressing the mountainous region. Everyone trembled and didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Why do I feel like he's that old friend from the Littlean realm? There are traces at the corners of his eyes and the tips of his brows. Their auras are similar. Jiang Luoshin watched from behind, a bit spellbound. She suspected that her intuition might be wrong, because there was no way Chu Feng from the Little Een realm could grow to this stage in such a short period of time. He could actually kill a quasi-Empyrean with a raise of his hand. Luotian, what are you saying? The overseas heavenly immortal island's inheritor, Sheng Yuxian, was astonished. She turned around to ask Jiang Luotian beside her. Oh, nothing. Jiang Luotian shook her head, a bit of regret appearing on her beautiful face. How long? At this time, within a companion furnace not far away, flames rushed into the heavens and energy surged. Someone had come out of seclusion. It was actually the six-eared macaque and his sister. Ha, I've come out and succeeded. I'm comparable to the ancestors. Now that I've refined the unmatched fiery eyes, who can contend against me? I've also evolved a Tao body. The six-eared macaque shouted, jumping out one step ahead of his sister. His whole body was charred black, and all his fur had been burned clean. His eyes were like lightning, shooting everywhere. It was only then that many people came to their senses. They no longer stared in the direction that Chu Feng had left, but instead looked at the six-eared macaque and his sister. Brother macaque, someone has cultivated the super fiery eyes, someone whispered to the monkey. What? Where? Who? Who can compete with my clan's fiery eyes? Six-eared macaque, Mi Tian, could not believe it. The bull demon ran like thunder, shaking the earth and mountains. The path it took was very safe, and it did not trigger any traps in the danger zone. Along the way, the flames were monstrous and powerful. It carried Chu Feng straight to the deepest part of the forbidden area. It was precisely the place where the revered 8 trigrams furnace was located. The so-called revered 8 trigrams furnace was a human-shaped mountain range. It looked like an old man holding a palm leaf fan, fanning it from afar, causing the area in front of the furnace to burn. It's here. Chu Feng's heart trembled. He had seen the broken bell, the ultimate blood, and the great empress with the super fiery eyes not long ago. They were all behind the stone door in this area. With a rumble, the earth shook, sand and stones flew, and the entire mountain range shook. The bull demon carried Chu Feng to his destination. This was a place where white mist curled up like a celestial land. All kinds of vegetation were lush, and the trees and ancient vines were all burning with a metallic luster. Along the rocky mountain, there was an old pavilion. There were a few balls of fire there, and human figures appeared in them. They were the powerhouses of the fire spirit race, and they were waiting for Chu Feng. But what terrified Chu Feng the most was that the stone door wasn't too far away. Its interior was deep and serene, as if it was connected to the starry sea of the cosmos, to the floating earth of the 4 poles, and to the ancient underworld before the age of emperors. He's here. Within the ancient pavilion, a fire spirit spoke. His voice was extremely old, as if he was a candle in the wind and could die at any moment. Chu Feng flipped down from the back of the bull demon and bowed to these people. He knew that these people were ancient and terrifying, and they were ridiculously powerful. Even if they did their best to restrain their auras, they still gave off an unfathomable feeling. It was as if they could sever the heavens and crush galaxies, and their auras could cause the rules of the great Tao to fall into chaos. Sit, make yourself at home, an old man said. His red face appeared in the flames. He was truly old, and his hair was almost all gone. Even though he was formed from a fire spirit, he still had the aura of a human, and he was unbearably old. Let's study the mysteries of this place together and see how we can enter that stone door. Another fire spirit spoke. His voice was very weak, as if he could die at any moment. In reality, the flames that wrapped around him were also incomparably dim. He was like a candle flame in the wind, and his entire body was about to return to dust. But from his mouth and nose, essence energy occasionally flowed out, causing the heavens to dim and the starry skies to tremble and sway. How could this junior have the qualifications to sit here and study with all these seniors? Chu Feng was humble. He kept a low profile because these flame spirits were far too powerful. Moreover, He was in their territory, so he didn't know what to do. Don't be nervous. We have no ill intentions. We only want to borrow your domain abilities to study the world behind the stone door. An old man said, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Compared to us when we were young, we are countless times more powerful. Extraordinary, one of them exclaimed. Chu Feng sat down. He really wanted to know, was the world behind this stone door real? It shouldn't be a mark, right? Thus, he directly asked, it is all real. You have used your super fiery eyes to see a portion of the truth. A flame spirit clearly informed him. There is an invincible life formed there. Another flame essence side. There seemed to be a bit of pity in his voice, a bit of regret and sadness on his face. What? Chu Feng was shocked. The broken bell, the ultimate blood, the 3-life medicine, and all of these things were real? And that unsurpassed great empress was also here? Not Mark. He had once heard from the large black dog that the great empress had soared into the sky and crossed the celestial emperor's burial pit. She had crossed a single wooden bridge to travel far away, her life and death unknown. Why was she here? An old man took a deep breath and said in an intoxicated manner, do you smell it? There is a faint fragrance. There is everything behind that stone door. Even the legendary supreme medicines are growing by the side of the road. Chu Feng was no longer absent-minded, and he gazed at the world behind the stone door. Do you see that? That is an imperial medicine, a precious medicine born from the ultimate blood. Its value is unimaginable. And that stalk of grass, do you see it? It has formed a flower bud. That is a terrifying cosmic realm plant, and the flower bud is about to bloom. As long as one gets close and breathes in the pollen, they can transform into a cosmic realm being. The old men were all speaking and sighing emotionally. Their muddy eyes were all staring at the world behind the stone door. They hadn't left any messages for a long time, afraid that they would be beaten up if they appeared. Dragon Boat Festival. At the same time, I wish the students participating in the college entrance exam the best results. I wish you all the best in the examinations. I hope everything goes smoothly at this critical juncture in life. My body hasn't been well these days, and I have been recuperating. I will try my best to recover to a state where I can be refreshed every day. Chapter 14:10. A faint fragrance wafted out from the deep moon gate. Was that a great cosmos-level medicinal herb? Precious medicine wasn't enough to describe it, but immortal medicine was an exaggeration. It refreshed the mind, seeping into one's blood and marrow, making one's bones seem like they were sparkling and shining. Chu Feng looked at that area, using his heart to feel it, unable to free himself. Little friend, be careful. Although the pollen that wafts out is only a drop in the ocean, like a speck of dust, it is still terrifying. That is a great cosmos-level medicinal herb. The fire spirit race elder spoke, his voice aged and incomparably solemn. He was reminding Chu Feng to be vigilant, to not be careless, as if he was facing a great enemy. Chu Feng's mind trembled, and he instantly woke up. What level was he at now? King Hum. His strength could indeed allow him to move unhindered between heaven and earth, but he still had to look up to the great cosmos domain. He couldn't touch that kind of medicinal herb. For him, was too dangerous. Soon after, he adjusted his state of mind, looking at the sovereign blood in the air, as well as the true ultimate evolved being. He couldn't hide his emotions. His eyes were full of resplendent brilliance, and his mind was trembling. The sovereign blood accompanied the broken bell, the white-clothed woman in the air. This scene was still and profound, as if the endless sky had been frozen, painting a poignant and strange picture. Was it her? The woman the large black dog spoke of. Was she really here, silently waiting for her descendant to arrive? Great waves surged in Chu Feng's mind. He was momentarily speechless, golden light swirling in his eyes. How could this be? She couldn't possibly be here. However, the elders of the fire spirit race were clearly telling him that the white-clothed woman truly existed. Her physical body was matchless, suppressing past and present, and she was still there. Who was it that overturned the ages, who is it that condensed an unmoving picture scroll, causing you to sink into ink and remain still here? Chu Feng's lips were trembling slightly, because he already knew too much. He understood that this white-clothed woman was extremely important, her magic power unparalleled in both past and present. So how could she be fixed here? It shouldn't be. It was impossible. At that woman's side, white mist swirled about. This was the essence of immortal energy, an everlasting and imperishable substance, all of it released by her, swirling about. Meanwhile, that unmatched body, that exceptional body, seemed to have already become completely still, as if it was the most ancient fossil. Little friend, your emotions are unstable. You need to calm down. The flame essence, old man said. This old man was surrounded by a mass of silver flames. He was all skin and bones, and his aura fluctuated between strong and weak, as if he had exhausted his life force and was nearing the end of his life. It was difficult for him to completely control his body. Chu Feng took a deep breath and nodded, casting aside all distracting thoughts. There was no point in thinking too much. The most important thing right now was how to deal with the situation and how to act. Can I go in? Chu Feng asked. He had to understand the situation. The flame essence race had guarded this place for countless tens of thousands of years without any harvests. Could he succeed? Even if he was King Hung, what kind of place was that? The Emperor's bell was broken, and the ultimate evolvers had condensed their souls and entered the painting. Could he even get close? Perhaps he can. We will do our best. An old man replied. But to Chu Feng, this wasn't enough, far from enough. How could he take such a risk just because of a few words from this old man? He wanted to know more, to understand the truth. The flame essence old man's voice sounded out. In front of this mottled painting scroll, in the deepest depths of this terrifying forbidden zone, he revealed a shocking secret. Everyone knows that we fell from beyond the 33 heavens and have been here for a long time. Who can understand the truth? Everything is because of the life form within the stone gate. The flame essence old man looked towards the moon gate. Although it was still like a painting scroll, there was still mist tumbling about. Only the people were frozen. Because of the people inside? Chu Feng asked. Yes. If it weren't for their battle, how could the supreme forbidden zone have formed? How could it have fallen from beyond the 33 heavens? And at that time, we were still flame essences that had just opened our spiritual wisdom. After the endless years, everything has changed. Even we have grown up and become old. Our corporeal bodies are about to wither away. We want to approach the truth. We want to live. We want to enter this gate. These words weren't loud or resounding, and they were even a bit exhausted. But the flame essence old man spoke of some secrets that caused even Chu Feng's soul light to shake. The formation of the supreme forbidden zone was because of the battle of the past. Chu Feng constantly asked. Although the following conversation was still very frank, it was difficult to pierce through the fog of prehistory. Even the flame essence race felt that everything was hazy, unable to see through the events of the past. Chu Feng didn't completely believe their words. He was silent for a long time as he pondered. Finally, an old man from the flame essence race spoke up once more, revealing some more secrets. Perhaps only the first ancestor of my race knows all of this. But he has fallen into a deep slumber and hasn't woken up since. Where is he? Asked Chu Feng. He understood that the flame essence race definitely knew more, and there were some things that they wouldn't explain clearly to him. He's here, and he's also there. Several old men pointed at this region and then pointed forward. What was that? The humanoid terrain of the supreme terrain. The entire danger zone was named the Supreme 8 Trigrams Furnace Terrain, and that humanoid terrain was called the Supreme. They actually pointed at the Supreme. That was their first ancestor. That was actually a living being, and it was only slumbering now. The withered old man whose entire body was covered in silver flames was incomparably solemn as he said, "We grew up in this terrain, so we regard him as our first ancestor. Moreover, we feel that he truly has life and is still alive. This was very astonishing, and it could absolutely shock the world. The supreme terrain had life, and it was a living being, and it was actually alive. Just how strong was he? Just how terrifying was this? A living being that fell from beyond the 33 heavens was slumbering here. Even several peak powerhouses, the flame essence race, regarded him as their first ancestor. But this was useless to Chu Feng. That was because the only thing he was considering right now was whether or not he should enter the Moon Gate. Afterwards, they talked for a long time. Chu Feng understood the process of how the flame essence race had tried to enter the world within the gate to approach the Emperor's bloodline, and he made some judgments. Chu Feng said, "I will also fail if I enter, and I will also die. Even the strongest people of your race from all eras have bled without success. So what meaning is there for me to enter?" The flame essence race old man said, "My race never enters the revered 8 trigrams furnace lightly, but you actually walked out alive. This is the will of the heavens. You have a good fortune, and your life will not decline. The most important thing is that you understand the methods of domains. Perhaps you will succeed." Chu Feng shook his head. What did he rely on to not die in the revered 8 trigrams furnace? The stone jar, and he didn't want to expose it here. "My race almost succeeded in the past, but now we won't let you throw away your life. We will do everything in our power to protect you. We will give you all the battle clothes and heaven-bestowed armors. In addition to the supreme treasures of the domain, you should be safe." The flame essence race spoke frankly. They didn't understand the extreme changes and wondrous uses of the domain treasures. If not for this, they would have tried again long ago. Afterwards, Chu Feng was stunned. There was a painting of mountains and rivers, condensed from a rare treasure within the magnetic marrow. It was unknown which virtuous predecessor had refined it. Additionally, there was the heavenly ladder, the crossing realm bridge, and so on. All of these were supreme treasures in the domain of domains. They weren't the low-grade goods he had seen before, but divine objects of the highest grade. Even heavenly masters couldn't refine such items of the highest grade because the quality was too high. It was rumored that they could really cross over realms and reach the heavens. The magnetic marrow glowed. These things were the mutated substances within the magnetic marrow. They had been refined into treasures that were incomparably divine. However, Chu Feng also sensed that these treasures were somewhat flawed. He didn't know whether they had been damaged in the past battles or had collapsed over the years. Afterwards, the flame essence race brought out some more items. All of them were divine objects of the domain, and each one was more powerful than the previous. There was actually the magnetic marrow condensed into primal chaos and formed a pond which hung above Chu Feng's head. It allowed him to borrow the power of the mountains and rivers to protect himself. At this time, Chu Feng's eyes were red. There were so many treasures and so many heavenly objects. Their brilliance was so dazzling that it could blind one's eyes. Even though some of them were simple and unadorned and had no light, they were too dazzling for him. Even his soul was trembling. How much would his strength increase if all of these fell into his hands? They would be able to somersault upwards. It would be too breathtaking and peerless. Some items were legendary breed items that even heavenly masters would not be able to refine, even if they were much more powerful than heavenly masters. In addition, there's also our race's most powerful armor, the heaven-bestowed armor. The Flame Essence race seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. They did everything they could to bring out all the treasures they had collected. Their race's most powerful armor came from beyond the 33 heavens and was known as the heaven-bestowed armor. It was glowing. No one was wearing it, and it was still humanoid in shape. A dreamy radiance flowed around it and blossomed with 9 colors. Moreover, there was a dense power of time revolving around it. It was extremely terrifying. Cast from Time Mother Gold, Chu Feng was truly shaken. Among all Mother Gold, Time Mother Gold was too rare. It was almost impossible to find. Up until now, Chu Feng had only found a slightly heavier object, and that was the Furnace of Time. It was obtained by the Black Hand Lee, but in the end, he himself might have suffered an ominous death because of it. Chu Feng had also touched it at the heavenly immortal waterfall. A black handprint had appeared on his hand for some reason. It was extremely terrifying. It's not pure time mother gold. There's only a small portion mixed in. Truly pure time mother gold is hard to find even in the heavens. The flame essence race was calm. They told him that the heaven-bestowed armor's purity was far from enough. Even so, it was still an object from beyond the heavens. It didn't belong to this world, and it had fallen down from beyond the 33 heavens. Chu Feng stood in front of this treasure for a long time and stared at the moon gate for a long time. Finally, he decided to enter. This was because even if he didn't agree, the flame essence race would most likely force him to enter. Since he had come to the Zenith Forbidden Land, he thought of all sorts of possibilities. Perhaps he would be threatened by the life forms in this danger zone. I still have a trump card and can still escape. However, the world behind this moon gate is truly a fatal temptation for me. There are great universe-level medicinal herbs, 3 life medicine, emperor blood, and the white-clothed woman. They're all inside. I must approach them. Chu Feng wanted to take a risk. He walked into that deep space and entered that seemingly still picture scroll to explore the secrets of this place. This was especially true because he had promised the giant black dog that he would find the white-clothed empress. And now, she was right in front of him, right inside. Chu Feng moved. He put on the heaven-bestowed armor, put on a domain armor, and brought along all kinds of precious domain treasures. In addition, several experts from the Flame Essence race moved together. They poured their energy into the heaven-bestowed armor and poured their cultivation into it. It was as if they were augmenting their avatars. Blood souls condensed and merged into the armor. All of this was to protect Chu Feng. Boom! The armor covered his body. Divine light shot out from Chu Feng's body in all directions, and immortal chi surged. He was ready to enter this mysterious space. He hung all kinds of precious domain treasures on his body. The worst-case scenario was to retreat immediately. He was naturally confident that he could come out alive after the Flame Essence race's defeat. The moon gate was simple and unadorned. It really looked like a door, but the inside was a secluded world. It seemed to be connected to the 4 poles, to the heavens, to the spirit river, and to the celestial emperor's burial pit. Special ripples spread out from within the stone gate. They were like tangible silver ultrasonic waves, but they were also like the ripples of a platinum lake as they spread out continuously. Additionally, as Chu Feng approached, he could hear a kind of indistinct sound. It was like an electromagnetic signal, but it was also like the sound of a secluded world being opened and destroyed. He was close. Finally, Chu Feng stepped in. At this moment, everything changed. It was only a split second, but it was as if the eons had passed. The world was eternal. It was as if the stars had moved. Mountains and rivers collapsed and rose again. The blue sea turned into mulberry fields. Everything was changing. Nothing could be truly eternal. Even the celestial emperor was about to die. Rumble. Thunder erupted amidst the silence. Flames surged and immortal mist rose. The tranquility of this area was broken. Chu Feng stepped into this profound world. The starry river and the cosmos were like a piece of black cloth and reduced to an ordinary background. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng was shaken. He smelled the fragrance of flowers and saw the flower buds on the roadside, swaying in the wind. They were blue and lustrous as they swayed with his footsteps. Was pollen about to pour out from a divine-grade flower bud? Then, Chu Feng felt a wave of horror. It was a strange and creepy feeling. No, this is a mutation, an indescribable mutation. He almost flew backward. Even his heart was trembling. Divine-grade fruits and flower buds weren't easy to come into contact with. That was because 99% of experts, even if they were close to that level, would undergo strange changes after coming into contact with the pollen. Almost all creatures that had evolved to that level would undergo terrifying changes, and in the end, they would be indescribable. And now, that kind of pollen was about to pour out. Could he withstand it? Rumble. Immortal thunder exploded, and the primal chaos became hazy. Chu Feng raised his head and drew in a breath of cold air. Why hadn't he seen it from the outside? Now he saw the abnormality. Even the swaying of the divine-grade flower bud temporarily couldn't attract his attention. He was looking in another direction. Apart from the scenery he had seen from the outside, there was actually something else. He saw a large hand that seemed to have come from the heavens and landed on top of the broken bell. Was that broken bell destroyed by this large hand? That large hand was dripping with black blood. It was extremely terrifying, and it was unknown where it was connected to. The other end of the arm was in the firmament. However, even though it had destroyed the Emperor's bell, it had paid a price for itself. It was bleeding and frozen there. At the same time, there was a rotting aura. That's right, the large hand and the arm had actually rotted away. It would forever remain here in this world. A large hand from the heavens. Chu Feng's pupils constricted. Then, the next moment, his entire body trembled as he sensed something. He suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction in front. That woman in white had moved. He was sure that this wasn't an illusion. The woman in white was no longer silent. Her eyelashes were rustling, and her eyes were actually about to open. The peerless empress was about to revive and rule the world. What was happening? It was as if the cursed, peerless empress was about to awaken. Chapter 14:11. She was going to revive. After sleeping for who knew how many years, perhaps hundreds of millions of years, she actually revived now. Those long eyelashes were trembling lightly. She was extremely beautiful, difficult to describe. She was like an unreal creature that came from the end of the immortal Tao, perfect without the slightest flaw. Her white clothes fluttered about as she floated in the air, beautiful to the extreme, graceful and exceptional. Her eyes were closed, her eyelashes long. Her beauty transcended the mortal world, possessing the wisdom of heaven and earth. However, this wasn't a simple otherworldly beauty, not weak at all. No matter how one looked at it, she was an unmatched existence that suppressed past and present. Even though she was an immortal with jade bones, her clothes fluttering about, she was definitely not a fairy, but rather the temperament of a generation's empress. She looked down on the past, present, and future unmatched. If there really was an unmatched beauty in this world, then it would definitely be her. This was a type of unmatched style. Even if the ages passed, even if the river of time became chaotic and calm, she would still be herself, her style undiminished, just like back then. Her fine black hair exuded exuberant vitality, no longer covered in the dust of time, sparkling and natural as it scattered down. Her skin was sparkling white, her slender, immortal body, even though she wore armor that was tattered from a world-shaking battle, was still unmatched without a trace of distress. Instead, she displayed even more elegance, pure and untainted, transcending past and present. Was this that empress? The giant black beast had searched for her for who knew how many years, roaring even in its dreams. Yet she was actually here. Chu Feng's mind was trembling, because for some reason, he actually felt a sense of familiarity. When he saw this unmatched beauty, he actually felt a type of special feeling. He had never seen her before, so why did he want to approach her now? Why? However, a type of unmatched Tao aura also spread over from that direction. The white-clothed woman was unmatched. Even though she restrained all of her aura, when someone approached, there would still be white immortal mist surrounding her body, actually about a tier apart the heavens and 10,000 realms. What kind of power was this? It was simply about to pierce through the heavens, suppress the past and present. All of her aura is hidden, restrained, yet she can still do this. Chu Feng had never been as shocked as he was right now. He couldn't imagine just how powerful this woman would be once she completely revived. Boundless and unmatched, suppressing past and present. This was precisely this type of person. Ultimate existence. Chu Feng was convinced that this was an ultimate being, or even higher. There had always been a saying that there had never been a true ultimate expert in the Yang realm. Everything was just a rumor. In reality, there had never been a living being who had reached this realm that was only passed down through the mouths of old people. But now, Chu Feng was convinced that this must be the supreme Terminator, a living example. Her style was unmatched, stunning the ancients. She stood high up in the sky, flawless and untainted. It was as if she was in a magnificent painting that seemed so unreal. An emperor, Chu Feng spoke, wanting to gently wake up this peerless empress who had stunned the ages. In reality, the white-clothed woman had an instinctive reaction. Her long eyelashes were trembling, and her beautiful eyes seemed as if they would open at any moment. However, they did not move in one step. Chu Feng's heart trembled violently. There was definitely something strange going on. This peerless empress actually didn't wake up immediately. What had happened to her body? Just what kind of great battle did this place experience back then? There was no need to think about it carefully. It was definitely an ancient great battle that suppressed the world. Even now, the white-clothed woman still could not wake up. However, she was definitely still alive. The gold battle armor on her body was shattered, but no wounds could be seen. She didn't have any obvious injuries, and there was only the enemy's blood on the ground. Looking forward carefully, Chu Feng couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air. There were actually a few pools of melted gold on the ground below her, accompanied by the remains of living beings. Moreover, there were times when light danced about. What was that? Several sets of gold armors had been destroyed, and after being melted, only traces of the wearers were left behind. Chu Feng felt his blood run cold. It was because even those kinds of traces were going to crush the universe's desolate times and the future of the world. It was too terrifying. Just how powerful were those people? But looking at their conditions, it seemed like they were all killed by the white-clothed woman. Those who could fight against her were definitely at the same level. In the end, several terrifying creatures were crushed so powerfully that not even their corpses or bones remained. Even the gold armors were melted and evaporated, leaving behind only fragments. That area was simply the most terrifying history book since ancient times. It recorded the cruelest and most terrifying battle in the past. Between heaven and earth, only a few people knew of this battle. Chu Feng called out softly, hoping that she would wake up quickly. However, at this moment, his whole body suddenly felt cold. It was as if he had fallen into the ice-cold waters at the end of the Soul River, or perhaps he had fallen into the eternal darkness of the underworld. His whole body was cold, and even his marrow was about to be frozen. Chu Feng was being attacked, and there was something wrong with his body. He immediately became alert and knew that the source of this ominous feeling was that great universe-level flower bud. Just now, he had used all his might to repel that thing, using the heaven-bestowed armor to isolate it. He didn't expect that a moment of carelessness would cause it to take the initiative to corrode him. Was this still pollen? It could actually penetrate the protective runes and madly rush over. It was a blue haze, and pollen filled the sky. Chu Feng's pupils contracted. This thing was too evil and terrifying. Even the order runes couldn't defend against it. This had never happened before. In the past, he had absorbed super pollen and eaten rare mutant fruits, but he had never encountered pollen that seemed to have a life of its own. Was this the strange scene caused by the great universe-level flower bud blooming? Rumble. The heaven and earth trembled as immortal lightning struck down one after another beside the plant. Its branches, leaves, and roots looked very ordinary, and only the flower bud was bright blue. It swayed gently and emitted a sweet fragrance. It was as if the sky was filled with blue, multicolored light. It was too dazzling. Great universe-level flower bud was a true, peerless item in the world. It was difficult to find 2 or 3 of them in many years. Countless people would go crazy, and the proud sons of heaven would bow down to them. Once in contact with this kind of pollen, it meant that one would advance and transform, surpass a certain limit of the world, and become a supreme expert in the Yang realm. How many people went crazy to search for it? How many white-haired heroes couldn't even hear or see it? But now, there was one in front of Chu Feng, but he was evading it. He wanted nothing more than to flee to the ends of the earth. He had a premonition that if he were to absorb the fragrance of the blue flower bud now, strange changes would most likely happen to him, and he would die without a burial. Buzz! Even the void was trembling. The armor on Chu Feng's body was rumbling and glowing. It wasn't just a single heavenly armor. All of them were erupting with dazzling brilliance to block the corrosion of the pollen. Several domain artifacts were resonating with each other. Countless patterns interweaved together to form a protective barrier to prevent him from being corroded. However, it was still a bit too late. The wisps of fragrance he had smelled earlier entered his mouth and nose, entered his lungs, and entered his pores. It caused his blood vessels to expand and his blood to surge violently. Even his bone marrow became resplendent and emitted a bewitching brilliance. Even a wisp of aura was enough to make him transform. Perhaps, to be more precise, he was about to mutate. This won't do. I haven't reached this realm and can't evolve. Otherwise, I'll die. Chu Feng did his best to stop him. He didn't want to die accidentally. Great Universe level flower bud was a priceless treasure, but he had to be alive to enjoy it. If he were to absorb it rashly without reaching that threshold, he would undoubtedly die. There would be no mishaps. So much so that at that level, many heroes and prehistoric giants would die tragically because they couldn't withstand the strange changes of the Great Universe level. Even if they survived, they would be monsters whose forms were indescribable. Since ancient times, creatures that could smoothly advance without mutation were too rare and almost impossible to find. Chu Feng let out a blood-curdling scream. It was truly too painful. His bones were being torn apart, and his bone marrow was gushing out like a fountain. Silver-colored monarch blood was being produced frantically and rushed to every part of his body. I'm going to evolve? I'm going to become a Great Universe-level expert. Chu Feng speechlessly asked the heavens. If he really took this step, he would certainly die miserably. Little friend, what's wrong? Outside, the elders from the flame spirit race roared. This was a rare seedling who carried their hopes and was supposed to go on an adventure. How could there be an accident right after entering? It's caused by the Great Universe level flower bud. One of the elders saw through the root of the problem. How is this possible? We can isolate it. Another silver-haired elder from the flame spirit race cried out involuntarily. That was because they had tried for generations, and some people had entered before. Although they had encountered mortal danger, it was still possible to isolate the Great Universe level pollen's corrosion. Today's situation is abnormal. That pollen is like immortal thunder dancing in the air and rumbling incessantly. Look, the blue light is mixing with the mist. Lightning flashes and thunder rolls as if it has a consciousness and is attacking him on its own. Even the order runes can't stop it. What's going on? Could it be that the Great Universe level flower bud is even more demonic than we imagined? Is it because our race was too fortunate in the past? Or is it because he is unlucky today? The people from the flame spirit race were stunned as they stared ahead. This explorer who had come to find them was actually going to die so quickly. Their heaven-bestowed armor and various divine objects from their domains were still on his body. Were they going to be lost here as well? That was too much of a pity and a huge loss. Little friend, how do you feel? What's going to happen? The elders from the flame spirit race shouted. They knew that this youth was finished. They were shouting like this because they wanted to know how he was feeling. They wanted to understand just what kind of strange changes would occur after coming into contact with the Great Universe level flower bud. They wanted to accumulate more experience for the flame spirit race. Chu Feng's lips trembled. As he spoke, his entire body shined with dazzling light. His bone marrow was madly producing blood, wanting to replace all the blood essence in his body. This was a transformation of death, a transformation towards the end of his life. I think. Chu Feng's voice trembled. He knew that he was going to die. He looked up at the white-clothed empress not too far away and saw her peerless beauty. She then looked back at him and couldn't help but shout to the flame spirit race. I think I'm going to be peerless in my generation. The flame spirit race. He was about to undergo a strange change, and an ominous event would occur. Then he would break apart inch by inch and die a miserable death. Yet he was still narcissistic enough to think that he would be peerless in his generation. It seemed that he had gone crazy and was undergoing a mutation. Little friend, you must persevere. Perhaps you can survive. An elder from the flame spirit race shouted. The others were startled after hearing this. Then they revealed looks of astonishment. Perhaps a strange situation was really going to occur. It was only a divine king, yet he hadn't died from the strange mutation and was still alive. This in itself was a miracle. Survive, you must survive. Leave that place and come out. The flame spirit race roared. This was related to their interests. Once Chu Feng survived and came out alive, his blood and body would have been purified by the pollen. Perhaps his body would be able to provide a relatively safe, evolutionary substance for those who came after him. I naturally want to live. I'm going to go all out. Today, I will evolve into a great universe-level powerhouse and move forward bravely. I will break through the shackles and become a supreme legend. Chu Feng roared. He no longer passively dissolved the pollen and instead began to frantically circulate the robbery induction breathing technique. He began to refine the pollen and began to cooperate with this evolutionary process. He wanted to break through the restrictions of the heaven and earth. He wanted to achieve a leap in life and achieve a true super evolution. Even though he knew that the road ahead was bleak and that it was clear whether he would live or die, he still went all out. I'm going to be peerless in my generation. Chu Feng shouted. Then, the flame spirit race was stunned. This was because Chu Feng's body was undergoing an intense transformation and his appearance was changing. This style is really going to be peerless, an old flame spirit race elder murmured. That was because Chu Feng's appearance was changing too violently. It was simply too astonishing. A bloody light rushed into the sky above Chu Feng's head. Then, with a bang, a head grew out from his left shoulder. It was a bloody mess and couldn't be seen clearly. Following that, two fangs grew out of his mouth. They were over a foot long, snow white, and terrifying. Chi, 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 chi. The sky was filled with bloody hair, followed by a flash of snow-white light. His hair grew rapidly. One was blood red, one was silver, and the last was gray. There were a total of 3 colors. A terrifying aura emerged from his head. He didn't even feel his fangs growing out. He only felt energy surging through his body like a great river. He looked at the white-clothed woman in front of him and felt himself floating in the air. He felt as if he was about to transcend the mortal world. I'm really changing. I'm going to be peerless in my generation. Chu Feng said, Little friend, what are you comprehending right now? Hurry up and say it. You have 2 heads now. The flame spirit race reminded him. They roared out loud, wanting him to speak of his changes so that they could accumulate experience. 2 heads. It was only at this time that Chu Feng felt something strange on his shoulder. He roared out loud, Go back for me. He slapped his palm down on his shoulder, forcefully suppressing the head and making it disappear. The flame spirit race was completely shocked. Was this even possible? Then, someone quickly reminded him, there are still fangs. Pung pung. Chu Feng punched his own fangs twice. Those 2-foot-long fangs rapidly shortened by a great deal. The effects were obvious. How is this possible? Outside, the flame spirit race felt their scalps tingle, all of them losing their voices. 6 arms, 8 legs. Someone shouted out. Chu Feng looked down and found that he had several more pairs of legs. This was a bit like a prehistoric divine spider, and he didn't want to look like this. He used his original hands to attack the arms and legs. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Blood and silver light interweaved, and dark red blood shot into the heavens. His legs were suppressed back. Then he looked between his legs and directly struck out with 2 palms, saying, My peerless style is peerless in my generation. Outside, the flame spirit race was shocked. Then they felt a wave of numbness. This was peerless style? That was enough to scare them to death. The intense changes were occurring at this moment. In that instant, Chu Feng's form was indescribable. However, he still hadn't died. While he was scared, he also realized that he was approaching a part of the essence of evolution. To be more accurate, he might be able to come into contact with a part of the truth behind the evolution of the great universe level. Perhaps a corner of the ultimate secret was slowly being revealed. Chapter 14:12. What was the truth of evolution? Why were the transformations of the great universe level so strange and terrifying? Chu Feng was approaching his essence. His entire body was changing, and his form was too astonishing. He was constantly changing and couldn't be described. He was truly a bit scared. A chill ran down his spine. What exactly was he going to become? Now, he slapped out again and again to stop his body from deteriorating. Every palm caused space to distort and mottled cracks to appear. If it landed on a living being's body, even a quasi-Empyrean would explode. Not even an Empyrean might be able to withstand it. He went all out. His blood energy overflowed into the heavens, and his entire body was surrounded by order symbols. He refined his body and used the palm imprints to destroy the changes on his body. Even such a heavy palm force only temporarily suppressed the strange changes on his body. His muscles and bones weren't injured at all. This was too shocking. Under normal circumstances, using his own extreme palm imprints to attack himself was the same as killing himself. But now, his body wasn't damaged at all. It's coming again. Chu Feng roared and opened his mouth. His snow-white fangs were over a foot long as he spat out a black mist that filled the sky. His hair was scattered about like a peerless demon as he attacked the fangs and his tricolored hair to restore himself to his original state. How long? Dazzling golden light blossomed. It was as if a small golden sun was burning on his chest. It became more and more resplendent and dazzling to the extreme. Even the Flame Essence Race's experts were shaken. How powerful was this heart? It was too shocking. It was just that Chu Feng's heart wasn't his original. It had just grown out and occupied a large space. It was about to burst out of his chest and produce golden liquid to replace all the blood in his body. At this moment, Chu Feng felt his body becoming powerful. However, this feeling wasn't right. He was about to go crazy. This heart not only provided him with power, but also boundless madness. He couldn't control his body and wanted to do some crazy things. He bit towards the sky and wanted to swallow the heavens. This scared even himself. Was this still him? After the golden heart took shape, its power was extraordinary. It made him want to swallow the heavens. If this wasn't madness, then what was? Moreover, it was becoming harder and harder for him to control his emotions. Boom! He circulated the robbery induction breathing technique and punched himself in the chest with all his might. Blood splattered everywhere. Not only was there his original human blood, but there was also that mysterious and special golden fluid. He was severely injuring his newly born golden heart. His chest was almost pierced through. This was the result of him doing everything he could to injure himself. This type of transformation was too painful and too torturous. However, it was fortunate that he made his move early. The golden heart was forcefully suppressed by him. It gradually shrunk and then became indistinct. However, he expected that it would reappear soon. Is this the truth of the late stage of evolution? The grand universe beings are destined to lose control. Chu Feng let out a low roar. His hair was disheveled as both gray and blood-red hair grew rapidly to cover his waist and abdomen. His eyes were demonic and terrifying. They were lush green and then flickering scarlet as they changed continuously. That's the legendary Golden Heart. It's said to be able to provide a living being with unlimited magical power and energy that will never dry up. He actually transformed it just now, but he suppressed it back. The flame essences widened their eyes in shock. Some of them trembled. This sort of heart was rarely seen in the world for countless eras. It had always been recorded in the annals of history. Wong Wong, the void trembled. Wherever Chu Feng looked, His eyes were densely packed with frightening runes. Following that, his pupils became extremely abnormal. They had actually turned into dual pupils. The legendary dual pupils. Heavens, how is this possible? Even the flame essences cried out in alarm. One could imagine just how astonishing this situation was. The dual pupils were extremely terrifying. They could grant the possessor boundless magical power, and their eyes contained unparalleled energy laws. Generally speaking, this was an innate ability. But now, the young expert within the Moonstone Gate was actually undergoing a transformation. Even his dual pupils had appeared. My eyes. Chu Feng used the mirror technique to see the abnormality in his eyes. He directly smashed his palms against them. If it were an ordinary divine king, their eyes would have definitely exploded. Even he was crying tears of blood. It was very painful, but in the end, he managed to suppress the strange dual pupils. At the great cosmos level, the later stages of the path of evolution are uncontrollable. Anything is possible. Is the truth all disorder and chaos? Chu Feng whispered. He was indeed a bit afraid. He didn't want to be neither human nor ghost. He wanted to be himself. But now, not only was this transformation indescribable, but even his spirit was strange. He couldn't control it and was about to go crazy. It was as if some other will wanted to drill into his head. The truth, the essence, is too horrifying. Just why is this happening? There was an explosive sound like primal chaos, immortal thunder falling down. Let alone this space, even the flame essences in the outside world felt the world shake. All of this originated from Chu Feng. His blood was boiling and his bone marrow's production rate increased by more than 10 times. He wanted to replace his original true blood. From his pores came a light more dazzling than the sun. It was too dazzling, and even his hair seemed to be burning. The light illuminated the world. It was clearly a strange and inauspicious change, but now, Chu Feng looked extremely divine. His radiance illuminated the world and illuminated all things. Blazing divine multicolored light gushed out. The mutation is accelerating. My entire body is changing. I can't suppress it anymore. Chu Feng was distressed. His previous suppression was no longer effective. The gray, blood, and silver hair grew explosively and were about to fall to his feet. The golden heart was reborn. This time, there wasn't an extra head on his shoulders. Instead, it was very symmetrical. Bloody heads grew out from both his shoulders. Human monarch blood. Revive for me. Chu Feng roared in his heart. Immediately, his entire body flashed with lightning and thunder. The silver blood seemed to run through his limbs and bones. He wasn't willing to accept this. He used his most powerful true blood to cleanse himself. There was some effect. The strange blood that was created became slightly dimmer. Kill! He shouted angrily. He strangled his own strange bloodline and used the robbery induction breathing technique to break many of his bones. He sealed his bone marrow so that new strange blood wouldn't be born. Are all the mutations born from the blood? All the strange things come from the bloodline. The blood records one's past and the race's past. There are all kinds of life imprints. Are they reviving? Chu Feng asked himself. He felt that he was close to the truth. The transformation to the great cosmos level was to revive all the life factors in the body. Was this a kind of evolutionary choice? There are actually so many doors in the body. At this moment, Chu Feng was astonished. He couldn't believe it. Within his blood, within his limbs and bones, all types of light particles surged. Many gates appeared. Those abnormal changes, those ominous hearts, dual pupils, 3 heads, and 8 arms, and others were all connected to their own gates. It was as if they were connected to some strange and ancient world. There were winding ancient paths that could be taken. It's not the life factor imprints in the blood that are reviving, but the body is opening one door after another. It's receiving a lot of unfathomable energy and transforming. What's behind these doors? Chu Feng was shocked. He thought that the ancient blood was reviving and providing all kinds of possibilities for evolution. But why did he see so many doors now? Were they all roads? Where are they connected to? I want to recover. I want a human form. I want myself. I don't want anything else. All evolution is for my own use, not for me to change into something and adapt to you all. Chu Feng was going crazy. He was really afraid that he would lose his sanity and become an indescribable monster. It would be too tragic if he couldn't control his own body. But now, as he explored some of the truth, he became more and more perplexed. The path of evolution was too mysterious. Were the changes in the various organs his own choices, or were they caused by the world behind the doors? Or could it be that everything was still on the surface, and he hadn't even uncovered the mysterious veil in the later stages of evolution? Was his essence still sealed? Boom! Chu Feng fought with all his might. His humanoid monarch blood was indeed somewhat tyrannical. Under the self-destructive suppression, his body was pierced in many places. His bones glowed, and the fractures healed. His true blood returned to its original state. His strange and indescribable form weakened. What a tenacious life force! After attacking various parts of his body, he had no choice but to strike the space between his legs twice. This is simply like a rock soaring 10,000 miles, swallowing mountains and rivers, soaring 90,000 miles. He lowered his head and looked again. The people of the flame spirit race were all speechless. Chu Feng didn't dare say that he was peerless in his generation. He was truly afraid that he would be peerless in his generation. The pain from striking the space between his legs made him want to die, but he had no choice. He had to suppress it. I've really suppressed myself. It's no longer worsening. What's going on? After an unknown amount of time, Chu Feng felt tired, but his body didn't accelerate its transformation. Instead, it reached a balance. He was shocked. He had originally despaired, but he never thought that he would obtain a favorable turn. He looked within himself and finally found the source of the changes. The little gray grinding stone was rotating, helping him grind away strand after strand of blue light. The great universe-level pollen was dimming. That pollen has been absorbed by me, and I can even refine it and then grind it away. Chu Feng was shocked. It could actually be done like this. The little gray grinding stone had a great origin. Its materials contained a large amount of strange gray matter. Moreover, he had imitated the grinding stone on the path of reincarnation by carving unfathomable characters on it. Now, it had come into play. This is my own transformation and evolution. How can an external object interfere? Chu Feng was somewhat dazed. Evolution belonged to one's own body, and the outside world was difficult to change. But now this understanding had been shattered. The little gray grinding stone had changed its original trajectory. However, he only observed for a moment and found that this was all. The little grinding stone could no longer change his state. The strange changes were still there, but at a much slower rate. Since that's the case, I'll try using the stone jar. Within his body, the stone jar slowly opened. He opened the lid in order to suppress and kill the source of the strange changes. However, there was a loud boom as he felt himself ignite. The reincarnation earth resonated with his body and rumbled. Then he discovered that his entire body was covered in foot-long hair. In a flash, he had grown 6 heads, 12 arms, and 24 legs. Next, his heart turned into gold, his facial bones expanded, and his flesh disappeared. It was truly terrifying. The crazy changes not only shocked Chu Feng himself, but also those from the flame spirit race. What was going on? He had clearly suppressed it, but now he had suddenly erupted. The reincarnation earth is resonating with it. Chu Feng woke up with a start and quickly closed the lid. He realized that he was in great trouble. Where did this reincarnation earth come from? This was something from the path of reincarnation. At the end, it was the soil behind the ancient palaces that had been deposited by many supreme experts before they had reincarnated. Only the heavens knew how terrifying it was when it was formed. Now, this kind of resonance was too terrifying. The violent changes erupted geometrically. Chu Feng no longer looked like a human. The changes continued, and became even more violent. Suppress. Chu Feng went crazy. There was no way out, and he didn't want to die without knowing why. He stimulated the stone jar with all of his strength, and an invisible flame burned, spreading out from the stone jar. This was a mass of light condensed from the great void flame and the ancient eternal flame. It was absorbed from the highest 8 trigrams furnace and entered the jar. Now it was burning strangely. Moreover, all sorts of symbols appeared on the stone jar. They didn't participate in the suppression, but in the instant that all sorts of characters lit up, it seemed as if there were doors behind it that connected to strange lands. They resonated with the source of all the changes that were occurring on Chu Feng's body. Then, Chu Feng's entire body shined brighter and brighter. All sorts of transformations were occurring. Is the essence of evolution so mysterious? A strange transformation, a single path, millions of paths of evolution, countless choices, and yet they can appear on the body of every life form for a short period of time. Even though Chu Feng was trembling and his entire body was in discomfort, as if he was about to break apart, his form indescribable, he was still deducing part of the truth behind the late stages of evolution. I haven't reached a used level yet, and the amount of blue pollen I've come into contact with is very little, just a few grains. I should be able to escape, but I won't reach that step. I want to be free. Chu Feng quickly calmed down in this desperate situation. The runes on the stone jar shook. He gritted his teeth and circulated the robbery induction breathing technique. Then he activated the stone jar, causing it to swim rapidly in his body. The stone jar rushed to every part of his body. Then a bloody scene appeared. Countless drops of blood rose into the air, flying out from Chu Feng's body, forming a bloody creature form. This was a strange transformation, a sinister evolution. It left his body and condensed outside his body like armor. It was terrifying beyond compare, its form indescribable. What dual pupils, what immortal wings, what demonic marks, what golden heart. There was everything that should be there. From head to toe, the bloody creature was strange and terrifying to the extreme. However, this thing seemed to have a mind of its own. It wanted to dive over at any time and return to Chu Feng's body. Boom! Chu Feng shook this space, making everything unstable. A snow-white, immortal mist rose up, blocking the flame spirit race's line of sight. Then, he took out the stone jar and used it to store the bloody, mutated product in it, temporarily sealing it inside. Ayo! A sound that seemed to resound from the depths of one's soul rang out, shaking Chu Feng's sea of consciousness. The flame spirit race outside also heard it. They didn't know what was happening, but they all felt their blood run cold. The stone jar was shaking. A beam of light shot out from it, piercing through the heavens. Then, Chu Feng heard the spiritual sound waves of another creature from an incomparably distant region. Above the heavens, an expanse of light shone down, and a rosy cloud appeared. A new world had opened up. What is the place below? Is there a number? Woo, a long time ago, a path was opened here, connecting to my heavens. Why is there another crack? Another creature has opened it. Chapter 14:13. How is this possible? It was truly a bit too outrageous. They had connected the heavenly road just like that. Chu Feng was stupefied at first, and then he found it hard to believe. This was truly absurd. The area connected to this road is suspected to be recorded in the ancient books. Number 2579? A doubtful spiritual wave transmitted over. It seemed to be very surprised and puzzled. There was actually a number. Chu Feng was even more moved after hearing this. Could it be that a certain road had really been connected? But was the heavens so easy to penetrate? He was fairly shocked. It had never been heard of since ancient times. It was said that it was difficult for even one person to be born out of millions and millions of evolvers. It was difficult to encounter such a world-shaking miracle since ancient times. He reckoned that only the creature number 9 said could sever the ages with one sword at the first mountain in the Yang realm calmly enter? Or could it be that the white-clothed woman could also pass through what he saw before his eyes? Yes, Chu Feng immediately realized that if there was a passage here, it was also left behind from the great battle back then. The presence of the white-clothed woman and the broken emperor's bell here indicated that everything was possible. The aura below is truly unbearable. It's not a good place, but a vicious land. Hurry up and close it. It's really strange. Why did it connect today? A simple discussion came from above. The two creatures seemed to be watchmen with doubt and puzzlement. Chu Feng raised his head and looked up. The dark and deep sky was very indistinct with many cracks. Moreover, there were some areas where beams of light passed through and illuminated the sky. Faintly, there were two enormous faces faintly discernible there. They didn't seem to be human and were extremely large. They were observing the passage suspiciously from above. They were somewhat hesitant. They wanted to try opening up the road to investigate, but they were also very apprehensive. Hurry up and call for people to repair this place. Block this place and don't let anything go wrong, said one of the creatures. No need. Look, it's healing itself and is about to block this road. However, it's really too terrifying. Just what kind of power can connect to the heavens? How can ordinary creatures do it? The other creature said with a trembling voice. He felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. Evidently, they were too resplendent there and didn't carefully explore the relatively gloomy space below. They still hadn't seen Chu Feng. Moreover, they seemed to be extremely unwilling to stretch out their divine senses to investigate. They were somewhat fearful of this road. What happened? Could it be that something novel has appeared? Let's have a look. A few more spiritual fluctuations were transmitted over, as if several extraordinary creatures were rapidly approaching. Then, they arrived at the exit of the tunnel. The two non-human creatures with blurry faces earlier were indeed the guards. They greeted the few people who had just arrived and quickly reported the situation here. How strange. There's actually an ancient road that's opened. Number 2579 seems to be quite ancient. I reckon it has some background. Judging from the voice, it should be a young man. Sure enough, soon afterwards, golden holy light erupted. A face appeared in the gradually closing and indistinct passageway, illuminating his indistinct silhouette. He was like a sun god, golden immortal flames burning, blazing and powerful. This young man had quite the status. The two protectors were extremely respectful and cautious, explaining something to him in detail. Well, it seems that our trip to Area 51 this time is really worth it. We might see something extraordinary. An ancient road runs through the strange land. Should we go down and have a look? The young man, whose face was glowing with golden holy light, said, as if he was asking for the opinions of his companions. The two protectors were instantly shocked and extremely anxious. They immediately dissuaded him, telling him that the unknown land 2579 was extremely terrifying. Otherwise, its road wouldn't have been guarded by Area 51. At this time, the voice of a young woman came over. It said that Area 51 is the most mysterious in high heavens. There are all kinds of terrifying and strange things, some of which have become eternal mysteries and are difficult to crack. At the same time, there are some secret paths that lead to foreign lands. It seems that we're lucky to have caught up today. We're really going to see a dangerous land. I'm also interested in that place 2579. Her voice was very crisp, like the collision of pearls and jade. It was very rhythmic and pleasant to the ear. Through her spiritual fluctuations, one could know what she was saying. These young people's identities were not ordinary. They came to visit the mysterious Area 51 and unexpectedly encountered such a thing. Now that they knew about the ancient land 2579, they wanted to explore it. Several young creatures came forward to study the road that had just opened and was slowly closing. Vaguely, a few gorgeous faces were revealed. Chu Feng stared at the sky. There was no doubt that these creatures had extremely special bloodlines. If they were in the Yang realm, they would be very astonishing. Their whole bodies were actually blooming with dazzling multicolored light. Some of them were boiling with golden flames, about to ignite the heaven and earth. Some of them were surging with purple chi, as if purple chi was coming from the east. There were also some that shot out red light, about to penetrate the void, setting off the sacred place like a celestial kingdom. Mysterious energy vibrated, and the sky rumbled incessantly. Chu Feng was amazed. Was that high heavens? He could actually see the creatures up there. Some were humanoid, and some were like demonic birds. Their auras were overbearing. Some were holy and flawless, and some were terrifying. A woman pushed open a corner of the passage and looked down. As a result, the two protectors turned pale with fright. They hurriedly reached out to pull it, but they were shouted back. They were apprehensive about the background of these extraordinary young people, so they didn't dare to stop them. The few of them kept persuading and insisted on doing so. The protectors had no choice but to report it. This aura is too unpleasant. It's dull and devoid of spirituality. It's quite filthy down there. It would be disgusting if there were any living beings in that foreign land. A young silver-haired woman spoke. She covered her mouth and nose with a look of disgust. Her beautiful and exquisite face was full of dissatisfaction. She was very disappointed with this result. I thought there would be an unexpected surprise after coming to Area 51. I was going to witness some kind of miracle. Now it seems that this 2,579 ancient land is not surprising at all. Yes, I also thought we would find a rare secret land with emperor-level materials and treasures. However, it's impossible after thinking about it. How can such a shocking encounter be so easy to come by? The silver-haired woman's beautiful face was full of disgust as she covered her mouth and nose. The young man, covered in golden immortal flames like a sun god, was also very dissatisfied. He said, "The aura down there is really unbearable. The pollution is too serious. It's even worse than a wasteland." Below, Chu Feng was speechless. The Yang realm was actually being evaluated like this? It was too unbearable. How much disgust did the people above have? They were too arrogant. Soon, spiritual sound waves came from afar. The men and women with extraordinary identities were transmitted, telling them to leave quickly. 2579 was in extreme danger. It was one of the two watchers. He looked up the information about 2,579 that could be seen after it was broken down and sealed. He was extremely shocked. "Don't get close. Leave quickly. I just found a bloody red cross in the database. There's a disaster. There used to be a great figure who fell there. It's a passively open land. It was the creatures below that broke through the heavens. Back then, we didn't take the initiative to open the road. During that battle, the ancestral Tao material boiled. That road can't be shaken. Leave quickly." The Watcher's spiritual fluctuations were very urgent. He told them that it was extremely dangerous and told them to leave quickly. After hearing the warning, the young people were shocked at first. Then, they were pleasantly surprised and eager to give it a try. "Oh, such a strange place. We want to see it. So many years have passed. Even the ancestral Tao material has long cooled down. It's nothing." They insisted on moving and even wanted to go down to investigate. "No, leave quickly." The Watcher's face was covered in cold sweat as he anxiously stopped them. A young man said, "Don't panic. If something really happens, we'll take responsibility ourselves. It's rare to encounter such a wonderful thing in Area 51. Then, the young man, covered in golden immortal flames, poked his head out through a gap in the corner and looked down. In an instant, he cried out. He was really shocked. That was because he saw a black arm outside the exit. It was boundlessly huge and stretched towards the unknown ominous soil below. "What is this?" He was shocked. He felt as if his body was about to collapse. It was hard to imagine what kind of creature left this behind. The other young men and women also poked their heads out and scanned with their spiritual energy. Immediately, their scalps went numb. Was this the arm of an emperor? Heavens, this looks like the broken arm of ancestral Tao. Why is it broken here? A woman said with a trembling voice, "Don't panic. Don't release powerful energy to stimulate it. If our auras don't get close to it, it won't take the initiative to attack us. It's too majestic. Even if there's residual energy, it will ignore us. We're not on the same level." They calmed their minds. Their energy and spiritual energy no longer approached the black arm. Then, they carefully observed below and saw the broken bell and the Emperor's blood. As for the white-clothed Empress, the immortal mist was surging. She had been submerged and could no longer be probed. Naturally, they saw Chu Feng, and they quickly locked onto him. There's a living creature. Could it be that he unintentionally opened this ancient path? Someone said, "No, the intensity of his energy isn't too high. His realm is even lower than ours." The young man covered in golden flames said, "He actually made the judgment immediately. These creatures were all extraordinary. Even though they were far away, they could accurately and correctly judge Chu Feng's evolution level. This kind of ability was very rare." In the crack in the sky dome above, a silver-haired woman with a rather good appearance appeared. Her voice was clear and pleasant to the ears. She stared at Chu Feng and asked, "Who are you? What is the region below? What kind of background do you have?" Chu Feng felt uneasy inside. It really was too unexpected. He actually encountered a creature from high heavens here. From the information he learned from Number 9, he became vigilant. He felt like he encountered great danger. The creatures of high heavens might not be of the good kind, foretelling death and danger. "I'm only passing by. You all can continue." He calmly spoke. Then, he began to withdraw, not wishing to have any interactions with high heavens right now. He wasn't the owner of the damaged bell, nor was he the white-clothed Empress. He didn't have the ability to pierce through high heavens. The people above all revealed strange expressions. None of them were ordinary people. Their eyes were sharp, able to clearly see Chu Feng's expression. From his retreat, they could see his restraining fear. This made them inwardly relax. Previously, they really were scared of encountering a mysterious, otherworldly expert. First, answer a few of our questions. Why are you here? Who opened up this path? What kind of place is 2579 exactly? The young man, covered in golden divine light, asked coldly. He released a powerful aura to intimidate Chu Feng, forcing him to speak the truth. "I'm just passing by. I don't know anything." Chu Feng spoke, and then he quickly withdrew. The people above were baffled, not understanding what he meant. This region was too strange. There was a domain released by a great universe-level flower bud, as well as a damaged bell and emperor blood. A strange aura flowed about like a swamp, strand after strand, as if heaven and earth had been frozen. That was why Chu Feng's retreat was extremely slow. "Capture him. I really can't take it anymore. The aura below is too filthy. Just smelling this type of smell makes me want to vomit. It truly is a filthy region." That young silver-haired woman actually spoke like this. Even though she was extremely beautiful, her face fair and sparkling, her charm moving, these types of words of discrimination were extremely ear-piercing, even if her voice was good. She had already figured out the ins and outs. The creatures below weren't powerful, and they were rather apprehensive, currently shrinking back. That was why she had long since calmed down and had the confidence to act in such a domineering manner. The young man, covered in resplendent golden radiance, nodded and said, "This type of smell is indeed a bit disgusting. I don't want to be contaminated too much either. This is a wasteland that makes one want to vomit." Below, Chu Feng was furious. If not for his apprehension towards the heavens, he would have long taken the initiative to attack and kill those people. "Little friend, what happened?" The Flame Essence Race's elders in the Supreme Restricted Region couldn't remain calm anymore, their voices trembling. It was because even though they were outside, they could still vaguely hear the voices from the heavens and a portion of the conversation. Of course, it was through the perception of spiritual fluctuations. "You get up here." The creatures of the heavens who now had confidence took action. It was precisely the young man wrapped in dazzling golden radiance. He used a divine ability, and a large hand reached down. At this moment, Chu Feng no longer retreated. He put on one armor after another that he had previously taken off to bombard himself and suppress the strange changes in his body. Suddenly, his entire body shone dazzlingly. Not simple. Those battle suits aren't ordinary goods. Let me do it as well. In the sky, the silver-haired woman spoke. She quickly stretched out a jade-like hand, and even though she moved later, she reached out to grab Chu Feng first. These filthy creatures are a bit disgusting, but for the sake of understanding what's below, I'll reluctantly take action. The silver-haired woman muttered to herself. Don't. We creatures of the heavens will feel uncomfortable after entering the 2579 ancient land. Our bodies and spirits will decline a bit. That world rejects us. A guard of Area 51 loudly reminded. What? Could it be that the strange land below was once an extraordinary great world? There are actually rules that reject outside creatures? Not simple, but it doesn't matter. Our realms are higher than his, so it shouldn't be a problem for us to deal with the creatures of that filthy place for a short period of time. I'll catch him immediately, the silver-haired woman said. I'm coming. The young man, blossoming with golden splendor, also shouted. He had long since taken action. Chu Feng's eyes were faint. He had long since put on the heaven-bestowed armor and other things. He was quite disgusted with these too, but he first set his eyes on the silver-haired woman's large hand. He was going to use her to test his blade first. It's you, he said in a low voice. His right hand held the shiny diamond chakram, ready to smash out at any time. Because the distance was quite far, he had enough time to prepare these things. Today I'll fight against the heavens, Chu Feng said coldly. Laughable. This disgusting place, filthy world, and disgusting creatures. Get up here. As expected, the silver-haired woman arrived a step earlier than the man covered in golden light. She stretched out her large hand and grabbed towards Chu Feng. Duo. Chu Feng released a light shout. He then used all of his strength to activate his astonishing cultivation. The diamond chakram, which was forged from several types of mother gold, seemed to be burning. Dazzling beams of light shot into the heavens. Bang! Chu Feng directly smashed out, accompanied by a rain of blood and a miserable shriek. Even though that woman was quite powerful, she still suffered greatly when facing a strike from Chu Feng that contained all of his power. Her entire silver hand was smashed into pieces and blood splashed through the air. Ah! A mournful cry sounded. Little friend, what are you doing? The Flame Essence Race's people were no longer calm. They were simply alarmed as they asked Chu Feng with trembling voices. Nothing much, just give me some salt. Chu Feng had an indifferent expression as he spoke indifferently. Then, with a chi-la sound, flames wrapped around the severed hand and began to burn it. Give me some seasoning, Chu Feng shouted. Chapter 1414. Within the Zenith Restricted Land, the Flame Essence Race's experts were stupefied. Was this real? What did they see? That youth was about to go crazy. He was actually roasting the creatures of the heavens. This simply toppled everything they knew. They were a bit petrified, their bodies going rigid. That was the heavens, yet it appeared just like that today. Even now, they still didn't know how the path was opened, making their minds tremble. Yet now, that youth actually challenged the creatures of the heavens, threatening to roast them and eat them. This truly left them speechless. Even those with thick nerves couldn't take it. From past until now, how many times had the path of the heavens been opened? Whenever it appeared, it would be as if the heavens collapsed and the earth caved in. Who wouldn't feel fear? Who wouldn't feel fear? However now, everything changed. There was someone who wanted to eat the creatures of the heavens. It really was too ridiculous. Little friend, you have to reconsider. Don't act randomly. The Flame Essence Race's experts were trembling, greatly alarmed, feeling like even breathing was difficult. This human youth who they viewed as someone who could bring them opportunities and natural luck was too terrifying, leaving them horrified. They felt like he was actually a star of calamity, someone who would provoke a great disaster. Ah! In the space behind the moon-shaped stone gate, miserable cries continued. That exquisite silver-haired woman's miserable cries rang through this place, her blood scattering through the skies. She simply couldn't believe it, even more so finding it hard to accept. The foreign native she viewed as disgusting actually seriously injured her so easily. One of her hands broke apart, falling onto the ground, divine blood flowing in a long stream. Intense pain. This made her slender body contort. Of course, what she couldn't tolerate the most was the sullenness and anger she felt. She previously felt contempt, loathing the world below, looking down on the creatures there. Yet in the end, her hand was smashed apart so quickly. How could the elite disciples of a glorious, powerful race of the heavens be so unbearable? Not only did she loathe the creature below, she also hated herself for not being careful enough, actually suffering this type of treatment. She felt like this was an extraordinary humiliation. I'm going to kill your entire clan. The silver-haired woman felt incomparable hatred, screaming at the end of the passage. Her originally beautiful and brilliant white face was now a bit distorted, looking a bit sinister, full of killing intent. What are you randomly screaming for? What are you screaming for? It's so unpleasant. Chu Feng stood on the mysterious land, looking into the heavens, extremely calm, directly berating that woman, because he had confidence. So what if they were beings of the higher heavens? That big black hand was an example. It was broken by someone here, and now, the white-clothed empress wasn't far away. Her eyelids were trembling, and she was about to wake up. If there really was a heavenly giant that wasn't easy to deal with, she believed that the white-clothed woman would be able to teach them a lesson. Of course, this was Chu Feng's self-consolation. What else could he do? In any case, he had already tried to kill them. He had already provoked those creatures. Could it be that he was going to admit defeat now? Was he going to retreat and say something nice? Impossible. That was definitely not in line with his personality. Since that was the case, he would go all the way and ruthlessly teach these creatures a lesson. Scarlet flames leaped about, containing dense energy. They wrapped around the falling silver wing, making it quite dazzling. Not long after, waves of fragrance spread out. Chu Feng was a man of his word. He was seriously and solemnly barbecuing the wing. The energy flames were strong enough to cook the flesh of powerful beings from the high heavens. Chu Feng was now King Hung, and his cultivation was extremely powerful. Even if he was dealing with an unknown species, it wouldn't be a problem for him to cook the terrifying bloodline of the higher heavens. King-level blood energy erupted. Beams of light overflowed, thunder rumbled, and lightning curled around him. They were extremely dazzling, and the energy was exceptionally astonishing. He used lightning and fire to imprison the silver wing, and the feathers were quickly burned clean. Then, he tore off a layer of skin and extinguished the fire. He used a secret technique to extract clear water from space and wash the meat. Cleaning, applying seasoning, and then barbecuing, his movements were done in one go. He was skilled and experienced, and all of this was completed in a series of extremely coherent movements. At the exit of the higher heavens passage, the young creatures with astonishing origins were all dumbfounded. Even the silver-haired woman herself was no longer screaming or angrily rebuking. Instead, she was like a clay sculpture, completely dumbfounded. What am I seeing? The flesh of the primitive white sparrow race has been roasted and reduced to food. Is this real? Why do I feel like it's so unreal? Am I seeing things? One of the young men said softly. He looked as if he had seen a living ghost, not daring to believe his own eyes. What was the primitive white sparrow race? This was a terrifying race that stood side by side with the innate races. It was rumored that they might coexist with heaven and earth, their bloodline high above, exceeding many well-known, powerful races. This wasn't a normal clan. The innate race had the power to open the heavens, making many inheritances of the higher heavens feel reverence, not daring to approach their place of residence. In the end, the young disciples of the White Sparrow race, who were similarly famous, actually encountered this type of experience. How many people would believe this if they told others about it? This was especially the case when the foreign race named 2579 was extremely unbearable just now. They looked down on him, saying that just a breath of the air below made them feel disgusted, that they wanted to vomit. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the silver-haired woman among them would suffer such a great loss? At the exit of the passage, the silver-haired woman was simply about to explode. Her towering chest rose and fell intensely, her breathing hurried. Her head of glossy, silver hair fluttered about even though there was no wind. Her voice was ice-cold as she said, "This type of attitude of yours is purely ignorant and arrogant, disgusting and hateful. You have already successfully angered me. I have now changed my mind. I will not wipe out your clan, but rather the 9 clans related to it." She couldn't bear it any longer. Her severed hand turned into a silver wing, and then it was smeared with honey and roasted, becoming food. The people at her side were all shocked and speechless. The young evolver below was truly courting death, actually daring to act against a White Sparrow race like this, believing that no one could save him. The Flame Essence race's experts were all like statues, not moving for a long time. They truly couldn't evaluate this result. They actually provoked this type of disaster. At the same time, they also felt that it was rather strange. Did this human youth often do this type of thing? He actually even brought honey and sauce, his movements swift and practiced. This was simply a repeat offender. He definitely did this type of thing many times. So fragrant. Chu Feng took a sniff, feeling quite satisfied with his own skills. In front of him was a piece of wing with sparkling and translucent meat. Its fragrance wafted through the air. It had long been roasted until it was golden and glossy, making one's mouth water. No matter how one looked at it, this was a rare delicacy. In particular, this was an ingredient that originated from the heavens, making it even more precious. Not to mention the bystanders. Even the several old powerhouses of the Flame Essence race couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Ever since they had turned into flesh and blood beings, they also had this kind of appetite. This filthy world, filthy air, just smelling it makes me want to vomit. You disgusting creature, you really deserve to die. How dare you blaspheme me like this? The silver-haired woman screamed. Her beautiful and fair oval face was filled with anger. Her face was distorted, and she wanted nothing more than to rush down to the lower realms and skin this person alive. Scram! Shout to the side. Chu Feng didn't spoil her at all. Even though he had the upper hand, he still severely reprimanded her, making her sober up. At the entrance to the heavens, the group of people had long been dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. They wanted to comfort the silver-haired woman, but they were afraid of provoking her. Perhaps only by helping her kill the youth below would they be able to free her from the anger in her chest. At this time, Chu Feng opened his mouth. He turned towards the forbidden land and said, "Seniors, do you have dogs here? An evolved one from the Flame Essence race is also fine. What do you want to do?" The several powerhouses of the Flame Essence race felt a bit of a headache. They had never thought that they would provoke such a strange oddball who was actually a scourge. "It's useful, lend me one," Chu Feng said. Seeing them hesitate, he immediately said, "I've risked my life for you, and now you can't even satisfy this little request of mine? Don't worry, I'm just trying to save myself. If you don't prepare one for me, I'll immediately poke a hole in the heavens and kill my way over. I'll destroy them indiscriminately. At that time, if any problems arise, you'll have to deal with them yourselves." Was this a scourge threat? The veins on the foreheads of the Flame Essence race's elders twitched. They were really afraid that this young human king would continue to court death and completely implicate them. After a moment of hesitation, they summoned a large vicious dog from the mountain. Its entire body was covered in flames, but it had already transformed into a body of flesh and blood. It howled there with a muffled voice like thunder. It was like a small mountain with snow-white claws and fangs that flickered with cold light. Its body was covered in scarlet fur that was over a foot long. It looked extremely ferocious and carried with it a boundless hostility. Chu Feng held a shiny knife and fork as he stared at the golden roasted wings. He looked as if he was about to start eating and eat to his heart's content. In the heavens, the silver-haired woman couldn't bear it any longer. At the same time, she was incomparably anxious and anxious. She was really afraid that Chu Feng would start eating immediately. If that happened, she would become the disgrace of the white sparrow race. Just thinking about it made her shiver all over. That was an unacceptable and terrifying result. She threatened loudly. "I'm warning you. If you back off, everything will be fine. If you dare to eat my flesh and blood, you will regret being born into this world. Your entire clan will be exterminated and your body and soul will turn to ashes. There will be no next life, and your name will forever be erased from this world." Chu Feng looked disdainfully at the heavens. He was extremely disgusted with this woman. She had always described this world as filthy and filthy. Her high and mighty attitude disgusted the races of the world below. How could Chu Feng have a good impression of her? Therefore, he made a move and directly threw the roasted wing to the big red dog that was as mighty as a small hill. He said, "Catch it, it's for you to eat." The big dog with a monstrous aura stood in front of the moon gate. It instinctively opened its bloody mouth and directly swallowed the fragrant roasted wing. Crunch, crunch, even the bones were chewed. Its mouth was full of saliva, and the golden meat was churning. The ferocious glint in its eyes actually weakened. It narrowed its eyes, looking as if it was enjoying itself. Motherf asterisk Kerr. The powerhouses of the flame spirit race suddenly felt their vision darken. Although they had their suspicions before, they never thought he would actually do such a thing. He was simply too audacious and wanted to kill them. It was already too late to stop him. Prince Hang's throw was far too fast and accurate. Chu Feng only spoke after he had completed his action. This scourge, an old man lamented bitterly. He wanted nothing more than to beat him to death. As for above, at the entrance of the passage, the silver-haired woman's vision darkened, and she almost fell down. This kind of humiliation was too intense and far more excessive than she had imagined. It wasn't that human youth who ate her wings, but a large dog. This was simply contempt to the extreme, trampling on her dignity and whipping her soul and personality. "You," the silver-haired woman coughed up blood. She was so angry that she was about to go crazy. Chu Feng was calm and unhurried as he said, "Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. You've humiliated our world, detested all living beings, looked down on us, and belittled us. What reason do I have to respect you then? Use secret treasures together and quickly kill him. Seal off the news. Today, no one is allowed to speak of what happened here." The young man shrouded in resplendent golden light spoke. He called on the other young men and women to eliminate the human youth below and vent the anger of the silver-haired woman. Previously, they were all a bit apprehensive. After all, the silver-haired woman was very strong, but in the end, her palm was shattered in a single exchange. They didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. But now, this existence actually dared to do such a provocative thing. Not only did he humiliate the white sparrow race as their comrades, he even humiliated their dignity and violated their bottom line. Now, they had to decisively use their most powerful methods to quickly end everything. Chi, blinding divine light, spread out. There was a chain that rushed down. This was an extremely powerful secret treasure. It covered over towards Chu Feng. Want to lock him in place. I have the immortal heart to strengthen my body and spirit, and I can even cleanse the heavenly river. What can you all do to me? Chu Feng lightly shouted. His entire body shone as a mountain and river diagram appeared. This was precisely the treasure the flame essence race gave him for self-defense. It was of an extremely high level, and now he was using it to deal with the heavens. Immediately, Dao sounds rumbled and domain runes rushed into the heavens. A magnificent stretch of mountains and rivers appeared, accompanied by starlight and winding around the sun, moon, and heavenly river. The divine diagram covered the sky and faced the powerful chain head-on, stopping it in midair. The faces of the flame essence race twitched. They felt a wave of pain in their teeth, liver, and heart. They didn't give you the mountain and river diagram to provoke the heavens, but to use it to obtain a treasure. In the end, you tormented me like this. It was too late to say anything now. They could only watch helplessly. Pong! The sound of rupturing rang out in the sky. A thick streak of sword chi was like a starry river hanging upside down. It ferociously rushed down, wanting to kill Chu Feng. Chu Feng didn't panic and chanted, "I am the great treasure emperor ancestor. I have been reborn after 9 deaths, and even a strand of hair on my body is an innate object. Just a few broken weapons dare to compete in front of me. Go suppress them." He pretended to pull out his hair, and with a shake of his hand, he threw out a precious pestle refined from the abnormal magnetic marrow. It swept across the sky to meet the thick sword chi. With a dong sound, the terrifying sword chi was scattered, and the ancient sword that connected the heavens was smashed back. The flame essence race's elders' mouths were about to become crooked and twitch slightly. They really wanted to curse at the great treasure emperor ancestor. That was their precious pestle. "Kill! Kill!" Shouts rang out in the sky one after another. Those people were furious, and they all went all out. They attacked with great killing intent, wanting to crush him to pieces. "Come, leave the heavenly armor and attack through the sky." Chu Feng spoke calmly. His entire body shone, producing divine objects again, moreover, not just a single one. They clashed with all types of treasures in the sky. Either way, they weren't his weapons. They all came from the flame essence race and were extremely powerful. Moreover, they contained incomparable energy from the flame essence race's elders. Even if this one takes a nap, tens of thousands of years will pass and great eras will collapse. Now that 9 deaths have been reborn, who can contend against me? Just a group of bugs from the high heavens. Yet you dare to buzz Wong Wong before me? All of you should just get lost and reincarnate. Chu Feng spoke shamelessly. He produced the treasures of others and blocked all types of weapons from the high heavens. He had the attitude of someone who looked down on the world. Isn't this fella's cultivation realm that astonishing? How could he have so many treasures? The youngsters in the sky were truly shocked. At the same time, they were resentful. This human youth was too unbridled, his words frivolous, provoking and ridiculing them again and again. "This is Region 51. Use this place's great killing weapon and get rid of him." The young man with a head of golden hair spoke and suggested. In reality, the 2 overseers couldn't continue watching either. One of them was in charge of making a report, while the other was mobilizing Region 51's great killing weapon. Following a wave of trembling, the sky dome was covered in thick black energy. It was terrifying beyond compare. Chu Feng immediately released a strange cry. He felt that the situation was far from reassuring. He immediately summoned back the heavenly armor and put it on his body. In addition, he used the stone jar and diamond band to protect himself. "What am I scared of? The white-clothed empress is here. You all have great killing weapons, but so do I." When he thought of this, he didn't advance and instead retreated. He used the stone jar to protect his body as he approached the ruined bell dyed in emperor blood. He wanted to awaken it and attack the heavens. However, what left him helpless and horrified was that he couldn't approach it. It was extremely dangerous on that side. Bone-chilling energy swept over, and there were vague bell waves that rippled outwards. It was as if the world was going to be destroyed. He couldn't endure it. Chu Feng was a bit stupefied. He couldn't approach it. He was greatly alarmed. "And what is that?" Suddenly, he discovered that there was a piece of metal half buried in the earth. A bronze weapon? He directly summoned it, seizing it through the air. He actually obtained it easily without suffering any hindrance or interference. It seemed to have fallen off from something. There were mysterious patterns on it, and it was long like an irregular short rod. It was as long as a sword artifact. For some reason, Chu Feng felt that this thing might be formidable. As such, he grabbed it tightly without the slightest hesitation. In that instant, he became a bit absent-minded. He actually immediately understood what this thing was. It was because a hazy scene appeared before his eyes. It fell off a bronze coffin. Back then, an extremely bitter and terrifying great battle took place. That was an artifact known as the Three-World Coffin, and a piece like this broke off. Then, Chu Feng subconsciously brandished it, directly striking towards the heavens with the bronze artifact. It was accompanied by mysterious patterns and ripples. Then, with a Hong sound, the endless black energy that descended from the heavens was blasted through. It was to the extent where he heard a Kacha sound. A crack unexpectedly appeared on the so-called Great Killing Artifact at the end of the passage. What is that thing? The people above cried out in alarm, their faces pale. They simply didn't dare believe what they were seeing. They were incomparably shocked. Chu Feng's temperament was calm. He stood with his hands behind his back and said, "This is the ancestral weapon this one refined. This is the Three Lives Rod. It smashes your past lives, smashes your present lives, and smashes your future lives. No matter where you run, you won't be able to escape. From past to present, it is difficult for your ruined souls to remain. You're destined to be wiped out. If you want to live, why aren't you kowtowing to the leader for forgiveness? Otherwise, you will be completely wiped out." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.